Alright, hello everyone. This is a very unusual video for my channel. Also, hand reveal, I guess. I know I kind of showed my hands in the concert review video, but these are like my full hands. How exciting. Um, so, as you've quite possibly guessed, I really enjoy reading. This year, I was prompted by a bunch of videos I saw on Instagram to do a reading journal. So I had watched, like, I don't remember what the channels are called or the Instagram pages are called, sorry. But back in the day, I used to watch a lot of like scrapbooking, junk journaling videos, and I really wanted to do it, but I never had any clue what the theme should be for each page, right? So I collected a whole bunch of materials and I bought a bunch of materials, and then I never did anything with them and they were just rotting in my cupboard. So then I saw that there was this lady on Instagram who was doing a reading journal, and she did like a mini junk journal for each book that she read. Like, she didn't include a massive amount of stuff. She just included like two images from a little album she had, and it was like nice and atmospheric. And she wrote a little bit about each book that she'd read and her thoughts on it, etc. And I thought, hey, I read a lot and I have a whole bunch of junk journaling materials. Maybe I should do that, you know? Like, it would give me a theme to base my scrapbooking off of. Needless to say, I enjoyed scrapbooking for each book so much that it motivated me to read more books. My goal for reading books this year was 24. I thought, you know, two a month, that's pretty good. I enjoy reading. Well, this thing, I should probably say, last year I read 47 books. This thing was so exciting. I read 75 books this year. So, I thought, since I read so many books and I really enjoyed doing this, and you know, I want to, I this probably sounds really like narcissistic, but I kind of want to give back to the junk journaling community. So I wanted to take you through the book journal that I did this year. And, you know, lots of these books are really interesting and they're the kinds of things that I'd want to discuss, but not in an individual video. So I think it's good to spend like a few minutes on each one, and I'll show you like what I did and why. Obviously there will be spoilers for this video, but for each book I'll give like a spoiler-free review and then I'll go into a spoiler review. So don't worry about it. Just before I start, just for some context, so this is obviously my junk journal for this year. By the way, I feel like this video is going to end up like ASMR, so hopefully it's nice and relaxing. Anyway, this is my journal for this year. As you can see, it's very fat. As you can see, the spine is starting to break because of how fat it is. This is the life of a junk journal. It is so fat that it like, I don't know if you can hear it, it creaks when I pick it up. Hopefully you can hear that junk journal ASMR. Yeah, so that's my junk journal. This year I went from having 0 journals to having 4. I don't know what happened to me, but I think I just got into it. So obviously that was my like reading journal. This is my like commonplace journal. I think a lot of people don't know what a commonplace journal is. It's just when you write down like anything that interests you, maybe quotes or like some people write shopping lists or to-do lists. Some people will put like, some people will use it a bit like a junk journal, where if they saw something really pretty, they might draw a picture of it or like include a little snippet of it in their journal. Mine I use for like things that I learn that aren't like related to uni. So for instance, I did a walking tour of Sydney. So I wrote down some things I learnt there. This is where I write all of my notes on survival shows when I'm watching them. So far I've done Island 2, Boys Planet 2, and Home Race. This is the second journal. I finished my first one. Also, one of my favourite shows of all time, Begin Japanology. Anything that I learn in that show, I'll write down here, that kind of thing. Then I have like a travel journal. Theoretically, I started this in 2018 when I first went overseas, but like I didn't do anything after that, and then I forgot about it until this year. So when we went to Europe last year, these are some things that I collected. I will cover up my name on these, but this is my Seoul one. We went to Seoul for like 2 days. How fun. So that's that one. And the last one I have is I've started, since my documentary, I've got really into trains again. Like, I was always into trains, but I think I've got back into it. So I've started writing down which trains that I've been catching on which day. And just for a comparison, this is going to be my reading journal for 2026. And as you can see, the difference is significant, but this is what this one's going to end up like. So with all that context over, let's start taking a look at this one. Here. So what I've been doing for each one is, these are just like, are they A5? It doesn't say, but they're just dot journals. I feel like dots feels less restrictive than lined journals, but it gives you a guide to go off, unlike a blank journal. So this is what I personally like, but obviously, if you decide to pick this up after this video, do whatever you want. So here I have a list of all of the books that I read. For each one, I wrote the number of the book that it was, the name of the book and the author, and then the date that I finished it. I also have color-coded them, physical books that I read and Kindle books that I read. Reason I've been doing this is because last year I read a lot of Kindle books, but the whole point of me having a Kindle was that I would only read Kindle books after I'd cleared out my physical bookshelf, so I wanted to read as few Kindle books as possible compared to physical ones. So the fact that there is a lack of blue on these pages is very good. Anyway, so here are the first 3 pages. You know, at the start of the year, I was like, 3 pages is enough. Realistically, how many books am I going to read? Like 47 or whatever. And this was enough for 47 books. This is the 47th. And then I just kept reading. So in the middle of the journal, where is it? In the middle of the journal, I had to put in an extra one. And it wasn't even 6 months. It was from August to December, which is a bit awkward, but it is what it is, you know? And as a matter of interest, 75 books was exactly the number to finish this journal. I literally ran out of space. So let's see how we go next year. each of these books has different triggers. Because there's 75 of them, I'm not going to list every single one. I don't go into detail for any of them, just like keep this in mind. I try to vary my reading as much as possible, so I've read a lot of different genres. I've read from, I wouldn't say a lot of countries, but I've read from multiple countries. I've read like children's books, I've read like really gritty adult books, you know, that kind of thing. So just keep that in mind. So, first book I read this year was Wolf Hall by Hilary Mantel. This is a pretty famous historical fiction novel about Thomas Cromwell, who was like an advisor to King Henry, and he's like a really interesting historical figure because he rose from being, I believe, the son of a butcher to being a personal advisor to King Henry, which is, Henry VIII. I don't know if I said that. So, like, you know, he basically schemed his way to the top, so that's interesting. For non-spoiler details, so I finished this book on the 5th of January, and I gave it 3 stars. So anything that's 3 stars I thought was, like, not brilliant, but not trash. So, would I recommend this book? If you like historical fiction and you like learning about different historical figures, especially if you are a fan of Thomas Cromwell. I mean, if you are a fan of Thomas Cromwell, you've probably already read this book, but if you haven't, I probably would recommend it. It's definitely a very well-known historical fiction novel, so if you want to see, like, I guess a foundational text in the field, go for it. It's obviously very well researched. However, I found it very dry. That's my non-spoiler review. Now for what I wrote. An incredibly well-researched book. The level of detail was amazing. However, I didn't see why the comments/reviews were raving about the writing style, how terrifying the world was, etc. Cromwell felt like an NPC who had somehow become the main character. He didn't seem to have any agency in the story and just said sure to everyone. He felt just as powerful at the start versus at the end of the story, and didn't feel like he had any development. Thus, it was more interesting to watch other characters, as Cromwell was boring. The book also ended in a weird spot with the death of Thomas More. So yeah, like I said in this, the whole book, like, all of the reviews for this book are like, oh, this is such a terrifying book to read. It's like an insight into the mind of an evil genius. It's like thrilling how powerful and manipulative he is. But if you actually read the book, the whole story is kind of like people come up to Cromwell and they're like, yo, can you do this for me? And he's like, yeah, sure. And then they like him because he said sure. He's not even like, should I do this? Like, is this good for me? Is this good for England? He's just like, yeah, sure, cool, whatever you want. And then that's it. And then they give him stuff because they like him. Like, being likable is not a scary manipulative tactic. I mean, it can be. Like, there are people who are like psychopaths, for instance, who will manipulate other people into liking them to get things. But it didn't feel like he was manipulating anyone. It just felt like he was kind of like a doormat, but because people liked that he did stuff for them, they were like, yeah, sure. So that was my issue with it. Like, most historical fiction novels that I have read, I feel like the main character has some agency, even though we already know what happened to them, whereas Thomas Cromwell in this one was just kind of boring. The book does have a sequel, but I said that I wasn't really interested in reading it because I thought the first book was kind of meh. Alright, now for what I did here. You will see as we get through this book that I got a lot more crazy about my scrapbooking. Like, this is very bare bones. But that's okay, because it still looks nice in my opinion. So I went with red and black because obviously it's a good colour scheme, and it also seems like a good colour scheme for a manipulative person like Cromwell, even though the book didn't seem to make him manipulative. I included these cats because he had cats and they were prevalent in the story. Butterflies, butterfly effects. Flowers just look nice, but I'm pretty sure there were also flowers in the story. This was like a year ago, so I don't remember. Obviously, he'd be killing people, and this guy has a crown. This was the logo for some watch that I bought. I don't remember which watch or what the logo was, but I kept it. This seal, I mean, obviously they used wax to seal letters at the time, but this was from the wedding invitation that my cousin sent us. And then this this is a ripped up part of The Casual Vacancy by J.K. Rowling because I did not feel bad ripping that book up. But I had, like, it talks about snatches of restless sleep. His wife was awake too, darkness, that kind of thing that suited the vibes of this book. All right. Next one I read was Wakenhurst by Michelle Paver. This is a book that I picked up while I was in England. Like, we went to a secondhand bookshop at one of those English manors and they had this and I thought that looks cool. Non-spoiler review, this book would recommend. Obviously I gave it a 4 out of 5. I said that I would definitely read more by this author, like, not yet because I have too many other books to read, but I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed the writing style. I felt that, like, it has a nice element of mystery and I thought that it felt like full of dread. It was like something is definitely building, but we don't know exactly what. We just know that it's going to be really bad. Yes. Also, I do love a good story about women doing vaguely witchy things in England / the UK. And this was pretty close to that, so I of course enjoyed it. You'll see that I write a lot of stuff about like women doing witchy things. Yeah. So I would recommend it. The only reason I didn't keep it is because I left it on the plane because my luggage was too heavy. Oh no, I didn't leave it on the plane. I left it in the airport. No wonder that didn't make sense. Anyway. All right. So what I wrote. Enjoyable read, very well written and well planned, well laid out. The beginning was a little confusing, but ended up being a great choice as it added to the sense of futility and hopelessness, knowing that the murder would happen no matter what. It was a very depressing read and a great example of how horror doesn't have to be horrific only on the surface, and how humans are more horrific than anything supernatural. The full story explained nicely why Maud told the story when she did, and why she was the way she was in adulthood. Lily's storyline was a bit convoluted and not needed. The murders of Clem and Chatterpie were depressing. The twists were understandable and foreshadowed. The story showed the importance of brains, but also how they can't always beat brawn. Had a considered feminist and atheist message. Yeah, so, like I wrote here, like, even though it has like witchy vibes, there actually isn't anything supernatural in this story. The whole point of the story is that the main character's father gets like overtaken by this like paranoia that these demons in this painting in the church are doing evil things or something. And so all of these different things happen that seem supernatural, but are actually just the horrors of the father going slowly insane because of his paranoia. And he does things like he murders, like the main character has like a raven that she befriends, Chatterpie, and he murders Chatterpie, and he also murders the main character's love interest, Clem, because he believes that he's a demon X, Y, and Z. Yeah, so I thought it was good. It was also like an interesting look into, like, well, not an interesting look into, but like it was very heavy-handed on the idea that the father just really wanted to control his daughter, and that that kind of thing caused a lot of problems in the story. So I guess if you enjoy reading about women struggling to have rights, go for it, it's right here. As far as what I included here, like obviously I have washi tape. Duh. I got these from Target. They're just like Australian native plants, but lots of them don't look particularly Australian. This is some leftover tissue paper from goodness knows what. This like bookshelf stuff. There's this like Kiwi illustrator who I follow. I'll try and put their I'll find their like tag and put it on screen for you. They do a lot of like really nice illustrations that I like. They also did these stickers and that sticker too. I bought a few of their sticker sets and I also bought some of their bookmarks. And they sent this thank you card that had this bookshelf illustration on it. So I slowly cut up the bookshelf and used it for different books that seemed relevant for it. So for instance, the main character in this book really likes reading. Duh. Therefore, I included the books. Yeah, so that's where I got that. These are some other stickers that I had. These are some other stickers I bought. These are some other stickers I bought. These are some other stickers I've had since forever. And this is a sketch that my mum did. So my mum does a lot of watercolor, and you'll see a lot of her watercolors throughout this book because she does a lot of like warm-up watercolors, or maybe she'll do a painting and then decide that she doesn't like it. And now that I'm doing this, she knows that she can give them to me and I'll use them in my journal. So you'll see a lot of her stuff. This was a warm-up like sketch of a tree. I was like, yeah, I'll use that. And it looks like swampy because there's a swamp in the book. What a shocker. Alright, next book I read was Enola Holmes and the Case of the Cryptic Crinoline. This year I got back into reading, like, this year and last year I overcame my desire to not read children's books. When I was a kid, I was a very like advanced reader and I wanted to show the world that I was an advanced reader, so I always read more advanced books and I didn't read books that were actually for my age group because I was like, well, then everyone's going to think that I'm not as advanced of a reader as I actually am. Whereas this year, last year, I've been reading a lot of those books that I really did want to read when I was a kid, but I just didn't because of my own arrogance. Like last year, I read the entirety of the Skullduggery Pleasant series, and I really enjoyed that. Yeah, and this year, I was reading a lot of Enola Holmes, and you'll see that I've read a few other, like, children's books. Which I enjoyed. And next year I'll be reading Percy Jackson again, I reckon. So this isn't the first Enola Holmes book. I think it's like the 7th or something like that. I'd read the first 6 or whatever the previous year. For non-spoiler reviews, I'll just give the whole Enola Holmes non-spoiler now. I really enjoyed the Enola Holmes books. Like, I thought they were pretty well written. They definitely had some, like, pretty obvious, like, historical inaccuracies. The kinds of things where you're reading it and you're like, yeah, that would not happen. But they are books for children that are not supposed to be super historically accurate. The goal is not to write a historically accurate Victorian period tale. The goal is to write fun stories for primarily young girls, which teach them that they are smart and capable and they can do whatever they want and that kind of thing, which I think is good, and to give them a good female role model to look up to. My mum bought all of these books after we watched the Enola Holmes movie, which we all enjoyed, so I've been reading them, you know. I gave it 4 out of 5, and most of the Enola Holmes books I gave a 3 out of 5 or a 4 out of 5, depending on how good I thought they were. So generally, I would recommend the series if you think that like relatively light detective novels are your kind of thing. All right. So now for what I wrote. As with the previous book, has a strong feminist message and is about the power of intelligence. As with previous books, it also had some convoluted twists and several things which were plot-driven / happened to Enola rather than being character-driven / driven by her. For example, Enola just happening to hear about the brothers in a women's club that she just happened to be in at the time for unrelated reasons. Still enjoyable and well written for younger readers with an interesting twist to a classic. Also introduces readers to the mystery genre and is Victorian London. Good historical details. Will read the other books as they are easy and fun reading. Yeah, like I said here, and I think I'll mention in the later reviews, there are several convoluted plot twists. Like, a lot of the times when she's about to solve the mystery, it's like she just happened to be there. She doesn't actually solve it. And, you know, obviously London was a lot smaller in the Victorian era than it is now, but even then, like, what's the chance she'd stumble upon some random person who's important to the mystery? Alright, stuff I have here. Washi tape. This washi tape, like, I don't actually own, but it was given to me by someone, like, they used it to wrap a present. So I saved it and used it. These are some stickers I owned. This came off, I don't know what, obviously some kind of sewing set, but I don't remember what it was for. This came off a business card for a lady. I think her name's Natalie Ness. She makes jewellery in Sydney. If I can find her website, I'll link it. And then everything else is mostly just stickers that I had. I think, this stuff came from the backing of the package that these cards came in. And I thought, look, this looks appropriately like Victorian wallpaper, so I will take it. And I included these ribbons that I had. This one came with a book that I was gifted. I don't remember where this came from, but I thought I'd include them because they, you know, it's the case of the cryptic crinoline, and there's a lot of like fashion and sewing kind of things in here, hence this as well. Alright, next one was Enola Holmes in the Case of the Disappearing Duchess. See my review from last time for a non-spoiler review. As far as what I wrote, it was interestingly titled The Case of the Gypsy Goodbye Elsewhere. As with all of the books, is a fun and easy read with lots of references to old London, but with a plot-driven plot, with clues delivered by convoluted coincidences and some sexist tones. Also includes poor representations of Romani people, an issue considering the young audience. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know that much about the whole, like, Gypsy Romani thing. But I do know, like, they have a history of being poorly represented. So the idea that this book falls into the poor stereotypes was not very impressive to me. That said, I know literally nothing else except that they've been subject to a lot of poor stereotypes. So I would encourage you to research more about that. This book was in danger of being very similar to the Case of the Left-Handed Lady, i.e. upper-class woman goes missing and her letters reveal her to be lovely plus selfless plus interested in the plight of the lower classes. But this was somewhat averted through the progression of the story with Eudoria's death and Enola's reconciliation with her brothers. A surprising but touching ending. Am excited to see where the next books go with Enola no longer hiding from her brothers. Yeah, so the whole thing with the Enola Holmes stories, if you haven't seen the movie or read the other books, is that she's basically run away from home because her two brothers want her to be like an upper class lady and she wants to go and do detective things. But at the end of this book, she ends up reconciling with them after their mother dies. which makes the rest of the books like a lot more interesting because now Sherlock's involved and they have like fun banter and all of that. I mean, the dynamics both before and after she reconciled with them were interesting, but I personally prefer when they're working together. Alright, as far as the things I included here, the cover of the book was orange, so I included some orange. I included these because they're like different times of night. She does a lot of running around at night, of course. I feel like this flower's very anolery. This came in a tea box. The tea box had like a little like thank you note kind of thing inside it, so I used that. And I included this sword because it's been so long since I read this, but I think she like has a dagger that she stabs someone with. Oh no, she has in the front of her corset she keeps like a big dagger that she uses to threaten people with. And all of the like brown paper. Every time I get a brown paper bag, I just save it because I've used so many of them. You'll see. Alright, next book that I read was The Legends of the Condor Heroes, but this was the third book. The third book. I read the first two last year. This one's called A Snake Lies Waiting. This is... Oh, sorry, ow. This is by Jin Young, and it was translated by Anna Holmwood and Gigi Chang. This is like, apparently, I'd never heard of it before I stumbled upon it, but I don't doubt this. This is apparently like one of the biggest martial arts epics that was written in China. Like, it's mega popular in China. And it was translated... Well, I mean, I'm sure it was translated into English before this, but the version that I read was translated and published in 2020 in English. And, you know, I read the first two books and I was like, I will read the rest of the series because they're just like... I don't think I'm a huge fan of like wuxia kinds of novels or shows, but I do find them fascinating. Like, it's not my particular style, but like all of the production and effort that goes into them, I'm like, yeah, that's pretty snazzy. Alright, so my non-spoiler review is, if you like wuxia novels and or shows, I would recommend this series as a whole. However, if you don't, you might struggle with them. The nature of wuxia novels, series, whatever, is that the kung fu fights will go on forever. Forever, forever, forever. And obviously that's really appealing if you're into it, but if you're not, you're kind of like, oh my goodness, like, how long have they been fighting for? But really, it's only been like 2 seconds. They were just that fast. It's also obviously an epic, so it does go on for a long time. Each of the books is like 400 to 500 pages, and there's 4 books in the main series, which realistically, I think that novel could have been like a single 600-page novel. There's a lot of like, as with a lot of epics from a lot of different cultures, there's a lot of like kind of convoluted side quests that they have to go on. And of course, everything just goes wrong for like no reason. So if you think you like that kind of thing, go for it 100%. If you don't, I would not recommend this book. I gave it a 3 out of 5, so like I thought it was enjoyable enough, but I didn't think it was great. Alright, now for what I wrote. The book was a good continuation of the previous 2, and I remembered the characters and their relationships to each other far more than in the last book, but I was still slightly confused. That's the other thing, all of the characters have these like really lengthy martial arts names, and there's like 5,000 characters, and you have to remember like who their teacher was and who are the other people that are in their martial arts school / sect, and you have to remember like which sect is helping the main characters and which one is trying to kill them, and which ones are allied with each other, and X, Y, and Z's sister and brother and fifth cousin and all of that. Like, this is one of the appeals of Wuxia to people who like it, but like, I took a pretty big gap between reading the first book and the second book, and by the time I got around to the second book, I'd forgotten who everyone was. And I was like, there's a guy called, like, Three-Horned Tiger or something, and sometimes the book will use their martial arts name, and sometimes it'll use their, like, given name, and that just makes it even more confusing. And then sometimes they'll just say, like, Brother Gu or something, and I'm like, who's Brother Gu? But he's, like, a different person or something, and, like, like, on one hand, I can really, like, I really understand why people like these kinds of books. It's just not personally for me, as in, like, I enjoy it, but it's not the first thing that I would go to pick up to read. Where was I up to? Yeah, I literally wrote this here. I think that's just the nature of Wuxia. This book also seemed more convoluted and slower than the previous two. Them being stranded on an island for a few weeks was like 30% of the book, which was annoying and boring. Yeah, it stretched on for way too long. Also have been hating Viper and Gallant Oyang, but that is the point. I'm happy that Gallant died. Yeah, so these are the two, like, main villains of the series, and they're just such a pain. Like, they're very stereotypical wuxia villains who will, like, be evil no matter what and don't follow any codes of honor and conduct. Like, the main characters save them like 5 times because the main characters believe in the importance of, like, you know, if we left them to one of the like main characters teachers says, like, if we left them to die, we'd be just as bad as them, right? Which is understandable. So they save them and then they instantly get stabbed in the back like 50 times. It's like, at a certain point, shouldn't you just let them die? I know that's not the point of wuxia, but still. It was really annoying. Lotus continues to be the only thing stopping the world from falling apart and the two leads from dying. Oh, Lotus, like, 10 out of 10. Like, she's the only one keeping the plot going, because otherwise the main character would have died a bajillion times. I think Young Kang will be a bigger villain in the next novel. Also, as with all wuxia, having so many side plots makes it hard to remember them all. For instance, I completely forgot about the larger picture with the Mongols, Song and Jin. I'm still not entirely sure of that relationship. Still, fun reading. Yeah, there's like 50 layers of plot, which is very wuxia, but yours truly lost track of them. Alright, as far as all of this stuff, obviously this is another watercolour from my mum. I think I picked this one because it reminded me of, like, Oyang and Gallant being like two vipers in the grass next to each other. I don't know why I put this here. This is Japanese washi tape. I guess I just needed to fill this space. I included the With Love washi tape because, as you will see, I put this in every book that has, like, romance in it. Well, not every book, but a lot of them. And the two leads in this book are, like, absolutely obsessed with each other. These are more washi tapes and stickers that I bought, and this came from a book that I think my sister gave it to me, that she didn't want anymore, that had, like, it was about Chinese opera masks, and it included a lot of pictures of, like, stories from Chinese epics and things like that. So I cut this picture out and included it. Seemed appropriate. Alright, next one. Next one's another Enola Holmes. It's Enola Holmes and the Mark of the Mongoose. Oh, I realised I haven't been talking about when I finished these books. Whoops. I finished this one on the 11th of the 1st. I finished this one on the 18th of the 1st. I finished this one on the 22nd of the 1st. I finished this one on the 29th of the 1st, and obviously it was the first Kindle book that I read that year. I finished this one on the 5th of the 2nd. We're in February, people. See my other Enola Holmes stories for this one. Alright, now for what I wrote. Similar to the previous books, coincidences and often plot-driven, not character-driven. I think this one shows writing development with fewer coincidences and a more character-driven plot. Also had less questionable remarks about women, but does have some other remarks. It insults Americans, which is nice. The relationship between Enola and Sherlock is a great addition to the plot, and it's nice to see Enola gaining allies like the Women's Club residents and Harold and his cabbie friends. 4 out of 5 stars because it was more enjoyable and more balanced. Also, greater length allowed a deeper plot and character development and helped make the book more enjoyable. Smiley face. Yeah, so even though I wrote that these books have a feminist message, which is true, they do still fall into a lot of, like, basically internalized misogyny stereotypes. I can't think of any examples because it's been so long since I read them, but, like, a lot of the remarks that are made about women, it's kind of like, from what I remember, it's a bit like, Enola, you're one of the good ones because you're tomboyish. Like, they still feel very much like feminist, but feminist in terms of only masculine women can be powerful. Feminine women are still dumb. So that bothered me a bunch. But overall, still would recommend. The original, 6 Enola Holmes books are all about 170, 180 pages each. And then she wrote 3 or 4 more, and they're 300 pages each. And like I wrote here, I feel like the extra page count allowed her to explore the plot in more detail. So I thought that was good. As you can see, I enjoyed that she gained more resources and allies that she could use. It switched things up a little bit. I included all of these animals because there were a lot of animals in it. These are some origami papers that I picked up from some shop somewhere. And that's about that. Alright. This one is Fencing and the Master by Laszlo Sabo. Finished it on the 9th of the 2nd. This is a book that my fencing coach wanted me to read because he reckons it's one of the most useful books that you can read if you're learning to coach fencing, which is what I'm doing. It was written in Hungary in the 1980s, and Laszlo Sabo was a really well-known coach. I mean, I wouldn't really say this has any spoilers, so whatever. And realistically, are any of you guys going to read this? Even beyond that, if any of you wanted to read this, good luck, because it's really hard to find. It's basically impossible to find. I think my coach probably has the biggest collection of this book ever. You can't get an ebook. It's if you search Laszlo Sabo, I think someone else comes up, that kind of thing. It's really niche. Anyway, look, I guess I'll read what I wrote. A very useful book, but not life-changing. Covers a huge breadth and depth of practices and materials. Often is quite dry, like a textbook. I mean, it basically is a textbook. As reviews have said, it is useful but has several outdated sections. Reviews also correctly pointed out how it focuses mostly on sabre, but this is okay for me because I coach sabre primarily, so duh. Interesting to get an insight into a fencing club in the 60s/70s, useful diagrams and exercises. Yeah, so this book is when it was written, it was supposed to be, I guess, the Bible on coaching fencing. But the thing is, Laszlo Sabo was mostly a sabre coach. There's 3 fencing disciplines. He was mostly a sabre coach. And you can tell by reading the book that he was mostly a sabre coach. He includes a little bit of foil, but it's mostly sabre. And a lot of the advice, therefore, is pretty irrelevant to epee. The book includes a bajillion different exercises you can do with students of different ages and skill levels to improve various skills related to fencing. It's very creative with a lot of them. Like, it doesn't use much specialized equipment. It's mostly like regular gym equipment or other random things. Like, you can do a lot of these exercises with like a ruler, for instance. And the diagrams are mega useful. I thought a lot of the exercises that were suggested were very good. The problem is good luck memorizing all of them. There's definitely some outdated things. So, for instance, like the rules of Sabre have changed. So, there's some things that are taught that are literally against the rules now. And there's some things that I thought were like common sense. Or like he says don't hit your students. He's like, oh, don't hit your students, give them positive encouragement instead. Like, okay, thanks, buddy. It's not like I was going to hit my students anyway. Mind you, I guess fencing kind of has a culture of coaches hitting students, but it's not like beating them. It's like a quick tap just to get their attention. That said, obviously, like, you can tell that it was written in the 60s and 70s and published in the 80s. Like, at the start, he says stuff like, oh, you should separate your classes into girls and boys because of inherent differences in the sexes. Like, no. Never have I ever split my fencing classes into different genders. And anytime that I would, it's not because of inherent differences in the sexes. It's because of the comfort of the women, which is pretty unrelated. What was I going to say? There's also a few things that, like, I wouldn't agree with that he says in the book. So, for instance, he says that bout sense is an innate thing that people either have or don't have, and that it can't be taught at all. Myself and my coach disagree with that. My personal view is that bout sense is partially innate. It's like with any other talent that you have. It's partially innate. Some people are just naturally better at like maths or English or sports or whatever else. But even the people who aren't good at that can still learn with hard work. Yeah, I mean, anyone can learn to be better with hard work, right? And there's definitely things that we as coaches can teach students to help them improve their bout sense without just like it seems so absurd to me that this book like almost seems to advocate for, like, if you have a student and they don't have any innate bout sense, you just give up. Like, no, I'm not going to do that. Like, if I have a student who really wants to learn and really wants to do competitive fencing, I'm not just going to go, oh, you have no innate bout sense, see you later. Like, that's crazy. Anyway, so, I mean, if you want to learn more about fencing and coaching fencing for some reason, then sure, like, I thought this was a good book, and, you know, as all the reviews do say, like, it's a relatively foundational text on coaching fencing, and it does include a lot of useful exercises and things. If you go into it with an attitude of, I can learn things from this book, but not everything is automatically correct, then you'll be fine. Don't take it as gospel, but there's definitely things that I think every fencing coach could learn from this. All right, so what we have here, I went with red and green because when you're doing electric fencing and you score a hit, it's either red or green, like those are the two colors that are used. These flowers are basically just for decoration, but I think I felt like it also suits because foil in French is fleur, which is flower. Why? I don't know, ask the French. I use these like numbered tickets because obviously you score points in fencing. All of these are like, oh, you can't really see them with the light. All of these are like different diagrams that were included in the book. Honestly, I've mostly forgotten what these are. I mean, these are some stretches you can do. These ones just represent the different like the exchange of actions between two opponents. And this one represents like if your control of the blade with your fingers is good in foil, you should be able to use your fingers to make this shape in the air. Then I have this llama sticker. I included it because this is a Zen llama and you should not be tilted in fencing. Here I just drew the 3 different weapons, saber, foil, epee, and here I included some of, I guess, just some other diagrams from the book, like talking about different types of ripostes, and remise, reprise, and redoublement. They're just different ways that you can, like, if you attack and you miss your attack, these are different ways you can, like, re-engage as such. And obviously there is a sword because it's fencing. Duh. Alright, next one. Yeah, you can probably tell that, like, this book did not inspire me from a collage perspective. It was basically a textbook. Alright, next one I read was The Curious Incident of the Dog in the Night Time. I finished this on the 14th of the 2nd. I gave it a 3 out of 5. My non-spoiler review would be that, like, it's a well-known book for a reason. I think it had a lot of good aspects. Obviously, the big issue with the book is the portrayal of autism, right? Mark Haddon insists that the main character is not autistic, but he definitely seems autistic. But it also leans into autistic stereotypes. So, but also, sorry, a lot of autistic people relate to the main character. So, like, there you go. Now the question is, does that mean that you think it's worth reading or not? I think, like, everyone kind of needs to just try it out and have their own opinion. Basically, common sense, go into it with critical thinking. Don't just go, oh yeah, this is going to be a great book, or oh yeah, this is going to be a trash book. Alright, here's what I wrote. Decently well written with unique narration / prose. Overall, some enjoyable reading with interesting themes. The ending was nice and uplifting, if potentially unrealistic, although I did appreciate how both Christopher and his parents grow as people. Some questionable moments, e.g., the father trying to justify his lying, which wasn't properly explored or criticised. I appreciate the exploration of the difficulty of going out into the world. However, the book was very obviously a product of its time, with often very stereotypical and unvaried, and potentially even harmful views of autistic people. The author isn't autistic and didn't do research. He said he didn't want Christopher to be viewed as autistic, but really should have known that he'd be seen that way. So the whole thing is uncomfortable, no matter the interesting plot. Yeah, well, that's what I thought. There were definitely some bits that I thought were relatable, but yeah, so again, go into it critically. Let me see, what did I have here? This was another book that I was not super inspired by. Although it's a book that I'd always been interested in reading, I only read it this year because one of my tutoring students was studying it, which is also why I finished it on the 14th of the 2nd. That's just after school went back. Let me see. And I only kept it because I was keeping it for my tutoring student. Like I said, I was not feeling super inspired, but I included a lot of, like, geometric washi tapes because Christopher's really into, like, maths and science and that kind of thing. Obviously nighttime, duh. And, like, I basically use these to represent train tickets. So since he went on a train, duh. Christopher's really into maths. He talked about the quadratic formula, so I included it here because I love the quadratic formula. I also really like trains, and Christopher went on some trains. So these are the trains that he saw. Like, he sees a billboard and he writes down which trains. And there's also these little, like, emoji pictographs that are used in the book. His psychologist is trying to teach him what human emotions look like, so I just drew a few. And I also included the With Love washi tape because the conclusion of the book is basically that his separated parents decide to get back together for the good of their child, which, like I wrote in my review, I think is a really nice and uplifting ending, even though I do think it's a bit unrealistic. But I thought it was really good that they chose to put their differences aside and work together for the good of their son. Like, that is how all parents should be. So, bad parents, you better learn lessons from this. All right, next one. Next, I read The Book Thief. This is another one that one of my tutoring students was studying this year. And even though, like I said, with Curious Incident, I'd always wanted to read this, but like I'd never got around to it until my students were studying it. And obviously I kept it because of my student. Actually, so I finished this book in the line for the Billy concert. So I was in that, like, if you watched my concert review video, I was in that, like, gross, smelly alleyway, and I finished reading this book just before the concert started. So, fun fact, I guess, on the 23rd of the 2nd. My not spoiler review for this book is that I think it's a good book. I think it's well written, it's entertaining. The book is narrated by Death, and I think that gives a really interesting perspective. And Death will just straight up tell you, oh, this character's going to die, and you just kind of have to accept it. But oddly enough, because he told you that they're going to die, you live, like, you read the rest of the book scared, like, oh, is this the day that this character dies? Oh, is this the moment? Is this it? Is this it? So it's really interesting that even though death spoils the plot for you, it still creates a sense of dread. The biggest issue with the book is that it's about the Holocaust, but it's from the perspective of not a relatively well-off, but like all things considered, a relatively well-off German child. Like, I think her parents were communists, but for all intents and purposes, she is like a middle-class German child who is impacted relatively little by the war compared to most people in Germany, and especially compared to Jewish people. So it's a little bit strange that the book, like, this is like the Holocaust historical fiction book, but it's about a German kid. Like, what? I think that's a similar criticism that people have of The Boy in the Striped Pajamas. It's very strange. Like, where are all the books that are centering the Jewish kids, right? Whatever. Bizarre. Alright, so for what I wrote, clearly a well-researched passion project, nicely written. The use of death as a narrator is unique and created a great sense of dread, especially via foreshadowing, etc. I thought the excessive and explicit foreshadowing would remove tension, but it didn't. I loved the consistent use of sky/weather/colour imagery throughout the book. I felt some character actions were a bit odd, for example, Hans giving bread to Jews in the parade, and felt the book was too long, but overall was still a good read. The thing with giving bread to Jews, like, the main character's father goes up to basically like a death parade of Jewish people and gives out bread to them, like, without even trying to hide it. And he knows that he's going to get imprisoned, beaten up, you know, maybe he'll even get killed and his family will have to live without him, and he still does it. Like, I understand that he's supposed to be a really selfless character and he's supposed to teach the main character that selflessness is good. But, like, I just can't. And like, I know that people, you know, put their lives on the line to save Jewish people, but I just can't see anyone doing this particular action. Like, there's a, you know, if you're hiding, this makes me think of Lily. If you're hiding a Jew in your basement, you're obviously putting your life on the line, but it's relatively secretive and it's in private, right? So the only thing that happens is, like, the only time something bad happens is if you get found out, right? But this, he like knows 100%, there's a 100% chance that he will be found out because all of the German soldiers are right there watching him. And he knows that the Jewish people are not actually going to be able to eat the bread. And he knows the Jewish people are probably going to be punished for it as well. But he still does it. Like, it's very strange. And it's not even selfless, it's just idiotic. So that was a bit odd. It was also good to see the Holocaust through the eyes of Liesel, a rescued German child. Yeah, so she was an orphan and she basically got adopted by this family. Despite her parents and neighbours dying, I felt like she was unrealistically lucky throughout the book. Her appetite for books was relatable. Yeah, obviously it's the book thief. She really likes reading. I can appreciate that. And like I said, like, her entire family and her friends and her neighbours die. But like, nothing bad ever happens to her personally. Like, obviously her family dying and everything is bad, but the way the book portrays it, it's kind of like, oh yeah, her family died. She moved to Sydney and had a nice long life. Like, where was the grieving over the family? Where was, like, the desire to kill herself because her family all died? Like, what was the point? There was no, like, reflection on the fact that a lot of innocent German people died because of the poor actions of their own government. There was no, like, exploration of the grief of the war. It was just kind of like, oh yeah, people died, the war's over. The Jewish people are safe now. That's it. Yeah. Overall, I thought it was a good book. I gave it 4 out of 5. I'd recommend it, but as with all books, read with critical thinking because it had some strange aspects. All right. Stuff I included here. I had these letters. I had enough letters to write death, so I wrote death. I had these butterflies for the butterfly effect, and these, like, wildlife mushroom paper things because they do a bunch of foraging. I included these stamps for, like, to represent the holidays that were spent together in the book. Obviously brown paper, presumably they would have used a lot of brown paper bags, and just flowers, sky, duh, and books because she likes books. What a shocker. Alright, next one. This is Brave New World. I finished it on the 7th of March. This is another tutoring book that I read for tutoring, but of course is still a useful, like, classic in society. You can probably tell by how messy this page is that it was another one that, like, did not inspire me at all, but we'll get there. I gave this book 2 out of 5. I didn't really appreciate it, and I did not... Like, obviously it has its uses, but I did not understand why this book is considered so important. Like, as you'll see later, I read 1984 and I understood why 1984 is so important to our society and why it was so groundbreaking at the time. This, I don't understand. So I guess that's my non-spoiler review, that I don't understand why it's so important. I didn't feel like it really said much of anything. Like, it kind of said some things about, like, don't just give in to government control, don't give in to peer pressure, but it wasn't like a solid message. It was just kind of like, maybe you could interpret the story in this way. Maybe you could possibly, infer this kind of message from this book, but the message wasn't actually, like, properly there, or at least that's what I felt. Alright, let me read my review. An interesting book. The story itself felt kind of boring, and 2 out of 5 stars is based on the story itself. Also a bit upsetting to hear about Huxley being into eugenics. Oh yeah. There was this, like, foreword in the copy of the book that I got, which talked about how, like, Huxley got really into eugenics, but then after World War II and the Holocaust, he was kind of like, yeah, no, I'm not into eugenics. I'm not into eugenics. What they did was wrong. But he was actually like really into it, which is upsetting to hear about. However, it was fun to see how much he hated Americans, but also depressing to see how much America has become even more like the society. Yeah, so this was kind of, as far as I'm aware, supposed to be a commentary on how he thought America was at the time, like overly capitalistic, consumeristic, etc. And let me just say that if he thought America in the 1930s was capitalistic and consumeristic, time traveling to the modern day would like actually kill him. But you can really see like the Americanisms in what's going on. And his hatred of America, like you can really feel it. It was also super fun to see all of the references and try and catch them all. Yeah, there's a lot of references to different like philosophers and things like that, which I thought was really fun. And there's a lot of psychology references as well. For instance, like they worship Ford, right? The creator of modern American capitalism, but they mix him up with Freud, which is just hilarious. My favorite reference, speaking of, my favorite reference was Ford and Freud being confused in a society like this. Yeah, in a society that's so obsessed with sex and also so obsessed with, like, capitalism. Alright, so things I included, a little bit of wildlifey things because there's a few wildlifey elements. The birds and the bees. What more can I say? And I included, these are like the different ranks that they assign to the genetically engineered classes. And then I included a bunch of geometric things because like the society is so structured and based on rules. I also included this, like, it's supposed to be marble, but it doesn't really look like marble, but I included this paper because this paper reminds me of stains, like microscopic stains of like alveoli in your lungs. That probably sounds really nerdy. If you get like a little slide with alveoli on it and you stain them, they can look like this. Well, not exactly like that, but it reminds me of it, guys. That's what matters. And I had enough letters left to write Fordian because everything's Fordian. Alright, next one. This was Legend of the Condor Heroes number 4. It's called A Heart Divided. I finished it on the 11th of March. This is the last one in the main series, and I wrote that I might read the rest of the series, but probably not, or at least not for a long time. Like the second arc in the series. I gave it 3 out of 5. My non-spoiler review would be very similar to what I said for the previous book in the series. Like, if you like wuxia, and just straight up, if you like wuxia, go for it. Read it. It would probably be fun. If you don't like wuxia, don't read it, you won't like it. Simple as that. This one was translated by Gigi Chung and Shelley Bryant, so not like these are, Gigi Chung was on the previous one, but Shelley Bryant's a new translator. Let me see. So what I wrote is a generally satisfying ending to this 4-part book, or more like series, especially considering almost everything else hasn't been translated yet. Oh yeah, that's the other problem. The other books haven't been translated yet. Still had many parts, especially long fights, which were very drawn out, and things constantly going wrong for no reason was still annoying. However, probably because this was the end of the story and had to wrap up all of the plot threads, this one seemed to cover more ground and have more things going on / move at a better pace. However, it was still depressing that so many people had to die, especially the 5 freaks, and Guo Jing's mum, who died for no reason. Unsure if I'll read the other books when the translations come out. Honestly, Viper Oyang will probably haunt Gaojing and Lotus for centuries. Hopefully I'm pronouncing all those names correctly. Yeah, so like I said, because it's the last one, this wrapped up a lot of plot points, which meant a lot of people dying, including people that I liked. I wasn't very impressed with that, but you know, it's a wuxia novel, that's gonna happen. Um, yeah, that's basically it. So the things I included here, this is some like origami paper that has cranes on it, or at least I think they're cranes. Obviously this is the Condor Heroes, but close enough in my opinion. I included this, which is from the same Chinese opera book that the previous one was from. I'm pretty sure I picked this particular battle because I think this battle had like a subtitle that said that this was actually like I picked this because it was related to the characters in the book. Like some of the figures in the book are real people. Like I mean Genghis Khan is in the book. And one of them was the same as was involved in this battle in the opera or something. So I picked that. And I picked this because I feel like it looked a bit. It kind of looks like snakeskin, so Viper, Oyang. But also it looks a bit like trees or like leaves or something like that. And there's a lot of running around in the woods and bamboo forests and things in this series. So I picked that. Okay, so next one. I read Magical Girl Retires on the 13th of the 3rd, 2025. This is by Park Sol-yun, and it was translated by Anton He. Let me see. This was a book that I ended up getting on Kindle. I really, like, as you could probably tell from my, from episode 9, I really like magical girls. Which is a bit awkward because I actually haven't watched much magical girl media. I've watched like Sailor Moon, but not all of it, and that's about it. But I love the concept of magical girls and I love what they represent and everything. So I was like, a book about magical girls, let me go for it. It's a very short book. It's 160 pages. I gave it 3 out of 5. Looking back, would I give it 4 out of 5? Maybe. I think the only reason I didn't give it 3 out of 5 is because it was so short that it didn't really have time to develop the characters or the plot much. But for what it was pretty good. I enjoyed it. Let me see. So, if you like magical girls, would recommend. Also, most magical girls are Japanese, so having Korean magical girls and even more than that, she's a working age magical girl. I think she's like 32 or something. So that, if you like the idea of that, go for it. Would recommend. All right, here's my review. A fun and unique book and idea. We've seen several universes where being a superhero is normal and is a regular job with dedicated schools, etc., but I've never seen one where it's normal to be a magical girl. I also liked the idea of mature age and older magical girls with talismans that are made from items most important to their heart, and who get bounties for taking down criminals. Yeah, I mean, that just explains the world. Overall, I enjoyed the book, but docked 2 stars from the rating because I felt like it could have benefited a lot from being longer and having more world building, character and plot development, and more development of a romantic relationship between Roa and the main character. The shortness of the book led to some things feeling rushed/contrived, but I suppose it makes sense since it also mirrors the main character's short time in the world of magical girls. Yeah, so obviously at the time when I wrote this, I was prepared to give it 5 stars, but it was just too short. Let me see. So things I included, I felt like this book deserved a blue theme, and I included a lot of flowers and things because they're very magical girly. I felt like this is pretty magical girly as well. This, like, I don't know what it is. I don't even know where it came from. It's like some, like, wrapping paper thing, but it's transparent, so what's the point? But but we just had it lying around our house, so I used it. I had these stickers of flowers and things, so I included them. Obviously, some sunsets. The book has changing times of day. And I included With Love because it does have a romance subplot, a lesbian romance subplot, to be exact. And I included this white cat sticky note that I have. I don't remember if there were actually any cats in the book, but whenever I think of magical girls, I instantly think of Luna and Artemis from Sailor Moon. So this is obviously Artemis. So that's that. All right, next one. This is Enola Holmes and the Elegant Escapade. I finished it on the 17th of the 3rd, and let me see. I'll just go straight into the review since I've already talked about Enola Holmes a bunch. Relatively standard for this series, still enjoying Sherlock knowing about her. Still some questionable gender/race/other statements, but fewer than previously, and as always, this can be somewhat explained by being historically accurate. Yeah, it's a bit awkward because on one hand, like, it's historically accurate racism. On the other hand, because it's not criticized or anything like that, it makes me worry that it's going to teach children historically accurate racism, like to be racist, and I don't like that. This book had fewer contrivances than previous ones. I can't decide whether I like this now being the 3rd book about Cecily. On one hand, it's nice for the victim to get more development and for Enola to have a friend, but on the other hand, her stories felt recycled. This should be the last one though, since her story has been resolved. Yeah, Cecily's, I think she's the left-handed lady, and she and Enola kind of become friends, but she gets kidnapped like 3 times. So, you know, I don't know. It's a bit awkward. This was also, I think, the first time we learned that Cecily has pseudo-DID, not just 2 personas, and this switch was odd. Yeah, I feel like it should have been established in the first book she was in. I liked Lady Vienna, and as with the last books, appreciated Enola having safety and allies, and the larger page count allowing greater plot and character development. This one was pretty riveting, and I finished it quickly. So there you go. I also gave it a 4 out of 5, so it was clearly one of the better Enola Holmes books. It was fun. They rescued her from an abusive family. I included bones and things because I assume they showed up in the story. Caged bird, Cecily is kind of like a caged bird. I included this crest to represent her being like upper class, and then the plants seem to suit. Lady Vienna, who's a hero, drinks a lot of tea, so I included some tea, and these were some messages left by Cecily, like a coded message left by Cecily for Enola, so I included that. Alright, next one. Next one is Towards Eternity. This one was written by Anton Hur, so he's the guy who translated A Magical Girl Retires, and I suppose because I had read a book on Kindle that he had translated, Kindle then recommended to me a book that he had written. Hence why, so he's Swedish, but he lives in South Korea, which is why I wrote both countries down. As far as a non-spoiler review, this book actually really inspired me, like, creatively, but it was just so strange that you can see I just had, like, basically no clue what I was doing here. It's a very interesting book that kind of deals with, like, the nature of what it means to be human. Like I said, it's a very strange book. It's a bit mind-bending. It doesn't have, like, it has a story, but it's not like a traditional story where you follow one character. You follow, like, 50 characters across multiple centuries in completely different environments, but, like, there's a vague through line because they're all kind of related to each other. I gave it 3 out of 5. I would have given it 4 out of 5, but it was just so strange. that I didn't really feel like I could. Alright, let me read my more spoilery review. A very interesting book spanning 2+ centuries, it didn't go the places I was expecting it to go. Somewhat depressing, somewhat heartwarming, looking at humanity's scientific hubris, but also the nature of art and what it means to be human. Also had some interesting references, like the Eves being chosen to sin/rebel through eating apples in a wasteland. I enjoyed reading it and seeing where it went, and it made me think about the nature of life and death and losing loved ones. Probably hit too close to home/fears about the meaninglessness of life for me to fully enjoy the book, but it did have some nice points about the importance of writing and how we all leave something behind, no matter how small. A good book. The 3 out of 5 rating is purely in terms of my own enjoyment of it. Interesting that I'm leaving behind a written notebook with notes on a book about a written notebook left behind. I don't know much to say about that. I included some leftover crane paper from the Condor Heroes pages because, like, freedom is a theme in the book, so, birds equals freedom. I included bees. I feel like there was something with bees in the book, but I don't really remember. And then plants, because plants were important, same with the wildlife. These penguins, at the end of the book, there's like 5 main characters who are labeled A through E, right? Like they have names, but I've forgotten the names, but they're A through E. So I had these penguin stickers, so I picked 5 different penguins to be A through E, and they all have a party together, which is nice. This one is Enola Holmes and the Black Barouche. I think that's Barouche. Let me see. Gave this one 4 out of 5, so must have been a pretty good Enola Holmes book. Let me read what I wrote. I realised I've been reading the second arc of books in the wrong order. This is the first one with Sherlock, and I read it last. This led to a few confusing things/plot inconsistencies. For example, in this book, Sherlock seems to have no real issues with blackmailing people, but in later books, he absolutely refuses to. Also, in this book, he's happy to have Enola along, but later he seems to hate her for her interference. I was very happy that this book included Tukey, and his presence here helped explain why the film included him. He had and still has appeared less than Cecily, and thus I would have expected her to be in the film, and previously, and somewhat still, thought the choice to age him up and make it about him odd. But this book showed why he's an interesting character and compelling for the film. I wish he could have shown up in other books. Overall, this was like the others, enjoyable but with issues, e.g. plot. So if anyone's seen the Enola Holmes film, okay, the first Enola Holmes book is very similar to the first Enola Holmes film. I've forgotten what it's called though. Anyway, the whole point is that this, like, duke or something goes missing. In the actual book, Enola's like, I don't know, 14 or something, and the Duke is like 6. Like he's a little tiny baby. And she, like, coincidentally rescues him from being kidnapped or something like that. I watched the film before I started reading the books, and so there's 2 Enola Holmes films, and in both of them, so the first one is about rescuing this Duke guy, but in the film he's been aged up, so they're both like around 18. And obviously he's the love interest. Like, you can literally tell when I watched it for the first time with my family, like, his face appeared on screen and I said, that's the love interest. Like, it's so obvious, you can just tell. And the whole thing in the films is that he is, like, just as intelligent as Enola, and they have their own strengths, and they're both trying to kind of solve mysteries together. So he can fend for himself, but he still needs to be saved by her every now and then, which is like they have a really fun dynamic. It's not like a 10 out of 10 movie, but it's a fun movie. And then obviously he's very present in the second film as well. When I was reading these books, this is the last one I read, so I'd read like 10 of them. And he'd only been in the first book and that was it. And I was like, well, what's the point of, like, what made them decide to include him in both of the movies if he was only in one book? Especially because this other lady, Cecily, she's in like 3 or 4 of the books and she's a really interesting character and she has an interesting dynamic with Enola. And she's also quite intelligent and good at figuring out mysteries by herself. This book is the one where I was like, I understand why they made Tuki the like companion in the films. Outside of the fact that like romance sells, why couldn't Enola and Cecily have got together? But outside of the fact that romance sells, this book was like engaging in terms of the Tuki character. All right, what did I include here? Mostly just plants and environmental things because there's a lot of nature in the book. And caged birds, Tuki, that's about it. Yeah. Okay, next one. This is Blood Music by Greg Bear. I finished it on the 26th of the 3rd. This is another one that was incredibly strange. The question is, was Toward Eternity or Blood Music stranger? Good question. I think Toward Eternity had a stranger structure, but Blood Music had a stranger premise. Both of them are sci-fi and deal with like the nature of humanity and loss and all of that, but like this one is probably more understandable if you're reading the plot, whereas Toward Eternity is like wacko plot, but it makes more sense from a science perspective, I think. Anyway, whatever. I gave it a 2 out of 5. I did not enjoy it as much as Toward Eternity. I struggled to finish it because it was like so strange and just not my thing. But you know, that's why I try and read different genres. So I wrote an interesting and unusual book that isn't the kind of book I'd usually read. Elements of body horror, poor science, and zombie virus things. The cover was one of the things that got me interested, and it did a good job, since I was horrified by the alternate covers and never would have picked it up if the copy in the street library had one of them instead. Yeah, we have a street library outside our house, and this is where I found it. I looked at the alternate covers, they're like terrifying. The book itself was definitely science fiction out of the 80s with similar bonuses and pitfalls, mostly engaging but with way too much scientific jargon and, of course, sexism. Gave it a 2 out of 5 because although it was pretty well done and has a unique take on a zombie-style virus, it still got boring towards the end especially, and although it was engaging overall, it wasn't my type of book. Yeah, so I mean, if any of that sounds good to you, I mean, obviously that review doesn't have any spoilers. If that sounds good to you and you like zombie viruses and that kind of thing, I'd say give it a go. If you don't, don't. As far as what I included here, we have some black tissue paper that was just lying around my house. Here's another one of my mum's trees. I included the trees and these plants because like the whole nature of the like virus thing is that it's kind of organic. And I included this spreading cell diagram thing because it's well, viruses don't necessarily like, it's not about cells, but you know, they were talking about cells in the book. All right, next one. Shape changes. Oh dear. This is by Jennifer Robertson. It was written in 1984. I finished it on the 30th of March and I gave it 1 out of 5. Would not recommend this book. This was like horrifying. I'll get into it in the actual review. I don't think you should worry about being spoiled for this book because I don't recommend you read it. But like, I was like horrified the entire time that I was reading it. It has some interesting aspects, like people who can shapeshift are always interesting, but this was bad, guys. Let me tell you about it. An unusual read. I think I was only able to finish it because I found the premise interesting and because the prose was surprisingly easy reading. That's about it for positive things, though. The interesting premise was barely explored, and when it was, instead of challenging the sexism and racism of the Chaseol and the hominins, it reinforced and validated it. The story is clearly outdated after being written in the 1980s and perpetuates harmful stereotypes about men, women, and indigenous/minority groups. The book is full of sexual assault where men are unable to take no for an answer, and this essay plus lack of boundaries continues even after two of the three men vying for the main character are revealed to be related to her. The main character is also poorly written and not fleshed out. I can see why reviewers don't like her. She isn't conflicted, instead she consistently flip-flops and changes her opinions/plans. She and Carolyn also repeatedly change their opinions on the Chaseol for no real reason. Alex disrespects the opinions of others, barely tries to improve herself, and doesn't seem to have any real agency. Apparently this series gets better after the first book, but I'm not reading further. This made me deeply uncomfortable, and not even with the benefit of challenging harmful beliefs. The book is literally named after a slur. OMG. Dear. Yeah, so, I mean, I'm happy to read books that make me uncomfortable if they have something interesting to say. I don't think I really read any like that this year, but, like, I think books are one of the best places to challenge your beliefs and make yourself uncomfortable while learning. The only thing is, this book definitely did not do that. So the whole thing with this book is that there's the hominins who are like basically the colonizing party, and then there's the Chaseol who are like the indigenous group in this fantasy land, and they have like a bond to animals that they can shapeshift into, only a singular animal. So they can't shapeshift into like 5 things, it's only one animal. And they've been basically wiped out, and the like the whole thing with the book is that the prince of the hominins really likes this lady, but the Chaseol basically kidnap her because they've been kidnapping hominin women to rape them so that those women will give birth to more Chaseol so that they won't die out. So right off the bat, demonizing the indigenous population. Then the main character finds out that she's actually, I don't know if she's fully Chaseol or just part Chaseol, which is a like parts view of indigenous people. Oh, you're half indigenous, which I don't think any indigenous group around the world actually follows. Like, it's not about quantity of blood, it's about your connection to the group, as far as I'm aware. And then we find out that 2 of the men, the Chaseol men who have been trying to rape her, are related to her. I think one is like her uncle and one is her brother. And especially the brother, like, he finds out he's related to her and he's like, that's okay, I still find you hot. And then for the rest of the book, even though he's her brother, he keeps trying to rape her. And he doesn't take no for an answer. And the whole book is like, oh, men just have sexual urges that women need to deal with. It's like horrifying. And her brother wanting to rape her isn't portrayed as a bad thing. It's portrayed as his desperation, and like, she's not made particularly uncomfortable by it, and she's still very fond of her brother and everything. Like, what? And then like, she's the most super special person ever because she can shapeshift into any creature or something something. And she's like a really strong woman, but she's also not. and like she doesn't listen to people who are concerned for her health. And like I said, she doesn't have like any morals as a character. She just does whatever the plot dictates she should do. So, you know, I didn't give this book 0 out of 5 because if it's a 0 out of 5 for me, then I don't finish it. But I did give it 1 out of 5 because it was seriously like trash. So many uncomfortable things. The other thing is, like, the book's called Shape Changers, right? Like I mentioned in my review, Shape Changer is a slur in this universe against the Chaserly. So this book is named after a slur. Why? Like, it should have been called Chaserly, right? It's so bizarre. As you can tell, I was not invested enough in this book to do like a proper page. However, this is part of a tissue box that I thought was like a nice design. So I just slapped the tissue box on there and I put some cats because there's like animals in the book. I don't think necessarily cats. Well, there's some cats, but there's also like wolves and things. And that's it. I called it a day. All right, next one. Oh, we went from like one of the worst books of the year to one of the best books of the year. So this is The Way of Shadows by Brent Weeks. I finished it on the 6th of the 4th this year, duh. I'd had this book sitting on my bookshelf for a while and decided to read it. My non-spoiler review, I gave it 4 out of 5. I thought it was a very, like, looking at the cover and looking at the blurb, it really feels or seems like it's about to be some super edgy assassin fantasy novel. But it actually is like obviously it has the edgy assassin elements, but it's a lot more considered than it looks like, and I think it's a lot better written than it looks like. It deals a lot with like the nature of justice and mercy, being a vigilante, family, friendship, like corrupt governments, classism, that kind of thing. Now, I do know a lot of people, I think people for this series, they either despise it and think it's like the worst fantasy series ever, or they think it's the best fantasy series ever written. A big criticism of this book and this series is the poor writing of women. I personally didn't think it was that bad. Like, there's definitely some questionable aspects. And, you know, the main character is, like, for most of the book, a horny teenage boy. So, of course, he is going to, like, oh my goodness, her boobs, or something like that. But I thought that the women had, maybe because my expectations were really low, the women had a lot more agency than I expected. And I felt that the women were respected a lot more than I expected. There's a big portrayal of sex workers in this book, like they're a big part of the plot. Whether you think it's a good portrayal or a bad portrayal is up to you. I don't really have an opinion on that, but I do think that overall, I think this book respects sex workers, which is something I was surprised to see in a fantasy book from 2008 written by a man. Some people may feel that it does not respect sex workers, but I think it does. And I think it emphasizes how a lot of people are pushed into sex work, but like kind of against their will, or in a lot of cases, really against their will, like it's the only way to survive. And it points out how hard that decision is and how brave those women are for doing that, which I think is nice. Anyway, on to what I wrote. Considering how little I liked the previous two fantasy books, I was very happy to like this one. It was nice and gritty while also having a surprisingly bright and hopeful message, which is well explained by the author interview at the end of the book. I don't remember the author interview, and apparently I did keep this book, but I don't remember where I put it. I guess he must have said something. Oh, I think he said something like he wanted to give people hope or something. Like he wanted to write a deeper fantasy novel. I don't know, but it made sense. Um, the characters were lively with a realistic depth of ideology, and the prose was amusing. Although clearly falling into some stereotypes, which makes sense considering its age, the book overall was very considered and didn't demonize a particular race, religion, gender, or sexuality the same way the previous books did. Both Blint and Kyla especially were compelling characters. I also like how the book explores how most people have both good and bad in them, and how it discusses / explores generational trauma / breaking the cycle of trauma. It got a bit too Kyla's the best and so hot and the chosen one for me at points, but overall was one of, if not the best written assassin books I've ever read. Although I'm not in a hurry to, I think I will read the other books in the series. Yeah, there you go. That's what I thought about it. The later books do get a bit more on the side of, oh my goodness, Kyla's the chosen one, but like, I've read the second book, and we'll talk about it later, and I definitely haven't been turned off the series yet. Alright, let me talk about what I have here. This is a sticker that I bought in the Blue Mountains from like a little bookshop. These are some more cat stickers. There's a bunch of cats in the book. Flowers, I thought this was appropriate, especially because they do like herbology and things. Red and black seems like a very assassiny kind of color scheme, especially like red, and then the sword that they use is black. This is like a page from, I got this little booklet, actually, I'll show you. I bought this booklet in a secondhand bookshop in the Blue Mountains, and it has all of these spreads of environments in England, in different parts of England. And I thought this was so cute and lovely, and it's the perfect size for this book, like my reading journal. So you'll see a few more pages of that throughout the rest of this book. But I just thought that was great, so I picked this one because this is like similar to what I imagine the town looking like, and then I obviously included the rest of it there because it was a bit too long for the page. Right, oh, sorry. I finished it on the 6th of the 4th. Next one, Goodnight Punpun Volume 1. I finished this on the 8th of the 4th. This is a seinen manga series by Inio Asano, which was translated in like the mid-2010s by Viz Media for a US audience. If anyone doesn't know, a seinen series is like not a shonen, like a shonen's for young boys, right? A seinen's more for like more mature boys. So instead of being all, oh, punches and magical battles and superpowers and everything, a seinen series will deal more with like later adolescence, coming of age, but in like a more serious way, more real life problems, that kind of thing. Cool, so I gave it a 3 out of 5. Overall, I would recommend this series, and we'll talk about it more as we go through it. The series is like, it's hard reading and it includes a lot of triggers. So if you're concerned about that, obviously don't read it. However, I do think it was, like, it's the kind of thing that's important to have in media. And you'll definitely see more of what I'm talking about as I go through my actual reviews of each volume. I read the entire series this year. This first volume I picked up in the street library outside my house, and then I bought the other 6 volumes myself this year because I liked it so much. All right, let me read what I wrote. I enjoyed the book / found it more interesting than I expected to when I first picked it up. The novel, as is fitting of its genre, has more adult themes than would be implied by a little cartoon bird main character. I think it does a good job of expressing the anxieties and inner thoughts of a fifth grader who desperately wants to be liked and to fit in, while dealing with problems in his home life. It nicely expresses his lack of understanding of what's going on / how people lie to him / how children have a naive perspective on adult topics, while also expressing how he still knows it's bad. I also found it very realistic and liked how his friends and their home lives aren't perfect either. The choice of the bird shape also makes Punpun expressive and shows how alone he is. Yeah, so like the most obvious thing in this series from an outside perspective is the fact that the main character Punpun and his family are drawn as birds and literally everyone else is drawn as a regular person. The fact that they're little cartoon birds makes them very expressive, especially Punpun. But like I said, it also creates the impression that he's different from everyone else and he's alone and all of that. Like he feels mentally isolated, that kind of thing. Okay, now for things I included. With love, there's a strong romance element. A very toxic romance, but it's strong nonetheless. I included these train tickets because they do attempt to travel and also like I feel like this kind of represents him growing up. I included these little birds that came in a calendar, like a family calendar we used a few years ago because, you know, Punpun's a little bird. This was part of a Japanese wrapping paper that a friend gave me a while ago. I think I picked this particular one because I was thinking of the idea of like pretty women and forbidden fruit, that kind of thing. And then there's this happy little frog and some, I think they're satsumas, which came from, it was a label of like some Korean drink that my sister had at one point and I stole the label. And then this is the backing of, like it used to hold hair clips and I picked it because of the illustration of this girl's hair, which reminds me of Punpun obsessing over Aiko, who's the main love interest. Alright, next one. You can already tell where this series is going. This is Punpun Volume 2. I finished on the 8th of the 4th, so I literally read it on the same day. Alright, let me read what I wrote. This massive chunk of text. I gave this one a higher rating than the last one, not necessarily because of enjoyment, but because it felt deeper and more meaningful. Although it had some disturbing parts, for example, the uncle being sexually attracted to a minor and having hardcore dream sex, the book felt like a natural, if depressing, continuation of the first. I thought that Punpun's character is being well explored, and we're being given a really good insight into his thoughts. He has trauma and anxiety from his home life, and although he genuinely wants to be a good person and care for others, no one seems to pay attention to or care for him, especially his mum, who dismisses his obvious self-isolation and depression. It's very relatable, and you can really see his conflicted emotions and how this leads him to self-isolate, develop an extreme self-hatred, and self-sabotage and spiral. It's also depressing how much guilt he has over things that weren't under his control, and how he feels the need to grow up too soon. He's definitely going to have CPTSD, and I can see him morphing into the dark bird version of himself. On a different note, the inclusion of the black guy who keeps multiplying and pervs on children with stereotypical thick lips is weird, and puts a stain on the series, along with the uncle being a pedophile. Yeah, so I kind of forgot about this by the end of the series. Obviously, like I mentioned, the uncle is a pedophile, which is like, kill me now. But there's also this like random black guy who just shows up and like stares at everyone. Not necessarily in a creepy way, he's just strange. And he has the stereotypical like thick lips that they give every black character ever in anime, so it just seemed strange. As far as what I included here, this is the sticker from the frog drink tag, it says good intentions, which I thought is what Pun Pun has. He has good intentions. I included the like Japanese washi tape that I have, and then some flowers just for decoration. More birds, and with love, it's romance again. I thought that this sticker, which is also from the bookshop in the Blue Mountains, really represented what I feel like Pun Pun's internal state was like in this book. And I obviously included the black tissue paper to represent like how I think he's falling into a dark state of mind and spiraling a bunch. I also included this part of the Japanese wrapping paper because this guy looking really zen made me think of like I don't know, it just had this sense of like ominous nature that I thought was appearing in this part of the series. Alright, next page. Next is Sabriel by Garth Nix. I don't know how well known Garth Nix is outside of Australia. I didn't actually realise that he was Australian until I wrote this journal entry. I gave this book 4 out of 5. I really enjoyed it. I think, so I've only read 2 books by Garth Nix, but I've really enjoyed both of them. I gave them both 4 out of 5, and we'll see the other one later on. So I'd probably recommend check it out. Sabriel's a really interesting book because it seems like it's going to be high fantasy, but it's kind of like a blend of high fantasy and like 1910s pre-World War One kind of thing. Like the land that it happens in is split in two, and the northern part of the land is high fantasy. There's no technology. It's like spirits and magical and all of that. And then the southern part of the land is where all the humans live, and they have like 1910s level technology. And they have like Catholicism and all of that. But there's still a little bit of magic in the southern side, and there's a little bit of technology in the northern side, and it's like the relationship between these two areas. The whole premise of the book is that Sabriel and her father are not quite grim reapers, but they need to guide souls to the correct part of the underworld. I just thought that's really interesting. So I'd recommend it. Now I'll talk about what I wrote. Considering I thought this was going to be a high fantasy adventure, it was very surprising to see that one side of the wall was in a chaotic medieval state, while the other was in the 1900s, with cars, telephones, etc. I found the dynamic between the old and the new interesting, with the blend of magic and semi-modern technology just south of the wall. It was quite a unique concept, and I liked the world building and found the necromancy and charter magic compelling. I enjoyed the characters, so when I say the charter magic and everything, I mean like the magic system was interesting. I enjoyed the characters, especially the trio of Touchstone, Sabriel, and Mogget, and found the magic system with paper wings, sendings, etc. interesting. I thought the narrative was relatively natural and satisfying, although the knowledge that the next book seemingly isn't about Sabriel is upsetting and unsatisfying. I seem to like Garth Nix though. Also, Mogget was fun with his borderline DID and in general. So Sabriel was a really engaging character to read about. Touchstone is like the prince of the old land who got frozen in time. It's kind of like a reverse Sleeping Beauty story. And obviously he's the love interest. And then Mogget's like some cat demon thing that, like I said, basically has DID. That trio was just so fun to read about. Like their banter and the different characters that they had were really interesting. And the blend of like a demon cat, a 1900s girl, and like a medieval chivalrous knight was just so fun. Especially with like the different magic systems interacting and everything, like, oh, prime reading. Alright, what I included, flowers, nature, she does a lot of journeying through the wilderness, maps, journeying through the wilderness, and she has this bag with all of her stuff in it, She also has like a magical sword, which I included. These are all like stickers and things that I bought, and then more of this tissue box. And then I included 2 cat sticky notes to represent the 2 different sides of Mogget. I also feel like I remember, I think at the end of the book, Mogget gets split into a black cat and a white cat, which probably explains why I included both of those. All right, next one. Okay, so I'll probably speed over the next 2 because this is disruption and corruption, and I made an entire episode on these 2. So I'd recommend, if you think you'd be interested in these, go and watch those episodes. I finished Disruption on the 13th of the 4th, and I finished Corruption on the 14th of the 4th. I initially read these about 10 years ago, and I decided to reread them this year, and then I thought they were so fascinating that I made an episode about them. They're very heavy on the triggers. It's a very, like, poorly written Holocaust allegory, but they still have some very interesting aspects. In the end, I think I gave Disruption a 3.5 out of 5 and Corruption a 2.5 out of 5. Reason for that is, like, I thought Disruption was quite cohesive. It's got like some thriller elements, mystery elements, psychological elements. The main character is like psychologically manipulating this guy like her life depends on it, which it kind of does. It's got some romance elements, etc., etc. I included butterflies for the butterfly effect. I included this vial sticker because she literally drugs him. Birds and the bees, because like part of the plot is about trying to get people to procreate and eugenics and all of that. Yeah. As far as corruption, I included the cranes because it's about freedom. And I included this like grasshopper thing, which is another sticker from that bookshop, because it's like there's this whole crop dusting thing where they're going to spray humans with drugs like they're insects in a crop field. And so I thought that was appropriate. Gold, the cover of the book is gold. That's about it. That's the only reason I picked it. And this is some fabric that I've had for a while from my first high school, like an unfinished project, because it has skulls and a lot of people die. I thought that was appropriate. Alright, next one is Pun Pun Volume 3. I finished this on the 16th of the 4th. I'll get straight into it. I'm kind of regretting reading more. The previous volume was depressing but beautiful, but this one was just disgusting. Almost everyone in this story deserves to go to jail, and all of the adults in Pun Pun's life have failed him, so he continues the cycle of abuse. It's still really good that it handles so many important topics, especially from a young male perspective, and I think it mostly does so well/sensitively, but it's still graphic and horrific. It continues to have a good psychological exploration of the experiences of the young and adult characters, especially Seki and Pun Pun. I'm not sure what's happening with the Good Vibrations crew, but I'm worried that it's building up to something terrible. I was right. 3 out of 5 because it was well done but horrid and not enjoyable. I'll continue reading and I'm interested now, but I'm scared, especially because we've seen Dark Pun Pun for the first time in this volume. Yeah, so this one was horrible. This one was like chock-a-block full of like rape, pedophilia, sexual assault, suicidal ideation, all of that kind of thing. I forgot to mention this earlier, but I think that Pun Pun is like a really good series to explore like the idea of mental health from, like I said, a young male perspective. There's a big issue with men's mental health being like not discussed enough. So I think it's really good that Pun Pun does that. And hopefully encourages young men to look after themselves better and have more consideration for themselves and others. As far as what I included here, this is another bit of that wrapping paper. I think I picked this one because it kind of looks like a gravestone, and it felt like this volume felt very ominous. Caged bird, you know, Pun Pun feels trapped in his own mind, but I still included some flowers because he's trying to see the light. Death, I feel like his mother dies in this volume, and that's probably why I included it. And I included this giraffe, which is from a Harry Harthog book, like bag. I don't know if Harry Harthog exists outside of Australia, but it's a bookshop chain, and their logo is this giraffe. And I bought a book at some point, and there was, like, I cut the giraffe out and I put it there because I feel like this represents like a toy that he might have had in his childhood, but he's had to grow up too quickly and leave his childhood and these toys behind. Next one, it's Pun Pun Volume 4. Wow. I finished this on the 17th, and I'll get straight into reading what I wrote. A much nicer and more enjoyable read than the previous volume, this one had a far more positive tone which I appreciated, and as odd and seemingly unrealistic as it was, I enjoyed seeing the growth in the relationship of Pun Pun and Sachi and the growth of their friend group. Although they had a few rough patches and at the start of their relationship said exactly the wrong things for helping him heal, overall the relationship seems good. Yeah, so I just remember reading this and going like, girl, what are you saying? Overall, the relationship seems good for him, but I know it will end and his life will be destroyed when he runs into Aiko again. It's a shame since it seems like his life was getting relatively back on track. In other news, Shimizu will probably join the weird Pegasus cult, which will do something disastrous, and Seki is doing building, so actually has a stable job despite his apathy. This volume was too upbeat and positive for how I know the manga is supposed to be, so I'm very scared to continue, but this was nice, so I gave it a 4 out of 5 for higher enjoyment. Yeah, this was kind of like the calm before the storm. And I guess it's supposed to give you like a greater sense of dread because you feel like Pun Pun's starting to heal, and then he runs into Aiko again, who's the girl from his past, and then everything just starts collapsing, which is unfortunate. As far as things I included, these came from like a pack of like ephemera things that I bought from like a $2 shop. I thought these two birds kind of represent either Pun Pun and Sachi or Pun Pun and Aiko, and there's obviously a cage there still. This is also kind of like butterfly effect. I also included some more of this newspaper just as a background. This was supposed to be like, it's nice and summery before everything starts dying, and then this came from the ephemera pack, but I feel like it suited Pun Pun's attitude in this volume, and of course there's another little Pun Pun here. Next one is, oh my goodness, volume 5. We're on a roll. I finished this one on the 19th of the 4th, and I'll read what I wrote. Well, I predicted everything would go downhill when Aiko turned up again, and I was right. That made the volume less enjoyable than the previous one, both because of the impending sense of doom and because we saw so many of the toxic elements of the relationships between Sachi and Pun Pun and Aiko and Pun Pun. This is the volume where Pun Pun well and truly becomes a bad person, and his trauma doesn't excuse this. It's also the volume where we find out more about Aiko's abuse and neglect-filled past, which also doesn't excuse her actions. Seiki, Shimizu, and the Pegasus cult also didn't show up as much in this volume, although Shimizu did join the cult, probably because the Pun Pun Aiko relationship was the main focus, but I feel like they will show up more and have a bigger role in the next one, especially considering we're getting closer to the supposed doomsday. Either way, this feels like an unenjoyable turning point in the series, hence 3 out of 5, and I'm scared of what will happen in the future. What more can I say? I think I mostly just included leftover things here. This was the last bird left from the calendar, so I included it, and some more newspaper, some more of these like birdhouse ephemera things. This is obviously like a Japanese pattern washi paper, and I included butterflies for the butterfly effect. Pretty simple. Alright, next one is Dragon Bones by Patricia Briggs. I finished this on the 23rd of the 4th. I gave this a 4 out of 5. I guess the way I see this is a high fantasy, and the whole premise is that the main character, like his family are so evil towards him that he pretended once while he was being beat by his dad, he pretended that he basically got a brain injury and became like a vegetable, basically. So he pretends to be really dumb, but he's actually super smart, and he uses that to his advantage. And it's just like right from the start, it's such an engaging dynamic. And the main character's so calculating, but everyone underestimates him because of how he's acting, which I just thought was really interesting. This is, I believe, like a duology. I did not read the second one, and I don't really think that I will, or at least not in the near future. But regardless, I still enjoyed this. I think the main character can also see ghosts, which results in some more interesting, like, relationships and moments and things. So let me read what I wrote. An interesting and generally compelling book. Ward was an interesting and unique protagonist who I was instantly interested in and could relate to in terms of lacking a true self, like he lacks a sense of identity. It also subverted the common plot routes I expected. No romance, no fling between Bastilla and Ward, no Ward going to the capital or even to a real large battle, and no evil uncle/cousins, which I expected. Yeah, the issue is more his father, I believe. This was fun and interesting. I also liked how the kingdom was already in ruins, and how Ward's plans were foiled by his father's premature death. Yeah, he had like this epic plan to like suddenly challenge his father or something, and then his father just died, which was a bit awkward for him. The other thing is like with the lack of battles and things, this isn't like a high fantasy with battles. This is like a high fantasy where the battle is with brains, not brawn. Overall, it was a fun and interesting read, and since it's a duology, I think I may well read the other book. The only thing that confused me was the ending. Ward having to kill Oreg was good, and how that estranged him from his family, and Oreg's motivations were understandable. But him coming back was so odd. So was Ciara marrying Beckram, who bullied her and is her cousin. And why did she get her voice back, but their mum didn't get her soul back? I don't remember all of this, but I do remember that, like, Beckram was, like, horrendously... So, his cousin is, like, horrifically bullying his sister, but his sister still falls in love with the cousin and marries the cousin, which is, like, very strange. And he manages to win his sister's voice back from some curse or something, but he doesn't gain his mother's soul back, which is, like, really strange. So outside of those few issues that I found with the plot, I thought it was enjoyable overall. I included this page from the England book because this reminded me of the kind of environment I imagined they were trekking through, and then obviously there's some more plant stuff. Snakes being stabbed in the back, dragons, obviously dragon bones, and death, duh. That's about it. Next one, this is City of Crows by Chris Womersley. I think that's how you say it. He's another Australian author. I did not realise this book. So I read this book about maybe 10 years ago, and then I reread it this year, and I had no clue it was by an Australian author. This is another book that's about witches. Well, kind of. So if you like witches, give it a go. I gave it a 4 out of 5. It's a very unique book. I think this book, it's really about like power struggles and morality and things like that. Let's just say I enjoyed this book so much 10 years ago that I have basically been searching for similar reading experiences ever since. Now, I don't think it changed my life enough to be worth a 5 out of 5, but like it's pretty close, so do with that what you will. Let me read what I wrote. I didn't remember almost anything about this book, so it was interesting to read it again. I wouldn't say the prose was exceptional, but it was an interesting read. I thought that the historical setting was nice, although I'm unsure how many of the characters are real historical figures, and I was clearly yearning for stories about witches in Europe, so it was good to get back into this one. I thought that the ambiguity of whether everyone's magic is real or not is nice, and you can read it as either fake or a self-fulfilling prophecy. Yeah, so there's a lot of magic in this book. The main premise is the main character's son gets kidnapped and she has to summon a demon to help her, but it's very ambiguous as to whether any of the magic that happens in the book actually works or whether it was just kind of a coincidence. I also like how both Charlotte and Lesage are faking it till they make it, with both lying to the other, but through making vague statements and jumping to conclusions and some lucky coincidences, they somehow both manage to convince the other that they are a witch and a demon respectively. I also thought the story was oddly cathartic in that it showed Charlotte's downfall, as she would do anything, even go against her own values, for her son. Leave home, then get involved in witchery/magic, then be amoral and make Lesage a slave, commune with witches and the devil, then open the locked pages of her grimoire and attempt necromancy via child murder. It was also interesting to see how she became a worse person in her desperation, while Lesage became arguably a better person. It would have been nice to see Charlotte executed, though, as punishment for her downfall. I think it would have been a more satisfying 5-star ending than just flying away, which also made the magic less ambiguous. Yeah, so the two main characters are Charlotte, who's the woman, like she's a village woman, she's a Christian, whose son has been kidnapped, and then Lesage, who I don't remember what his crime was. I think he was smuggling drugs or something, but he's in prison, and then he's let out. And, you know, he's a criminal and he's very self-serving and everything. But they go in opposite directions throughout the story. Charlotte becomes like an infinitely worse person and then obviously attempts child sacrifice. And Lesage becomes a much better person and kind of redeems himself, which is interesting. Obviously, this is some random paper bag that I got from somewhere. This is some more of the tissue box. These are some more like little ephemera things. The book is set in Paris, and I included birds because they go through the wilderness a lot, and this bottle, which would presumably be used for a potion. I included these sheep because I think Lesage's previous job had something to do with sheep. Like, I think he must have had a flock of sheep or something that he left behind with his wife. And then this is a sticker. This is actually the logo of the Little Lost Bookshop in the Blue Mountains, which is the one I got the other stickers from. And I thought that this just really expressed the craziness of this book, so I included it. Alright, next one. This is The Dust Never Settles. I finished it on the 19th of the 5th. This is a book that was written by, do you say Peruvian if someone's from Peru? Peruvian/British lady, which is like really grappling with the idea of cultural identity and like intergenerational trauma and toxic relationships and things like that. The main character can see ghosts, and it kind of explores the generational trauma of her family after colonization in Peru, which I thought was really interesting. So if you think you'd be interested in like a magical realism kind of book, exploring those kinds of themes, then I definitely recommend it. All right, let me read what I wrote. An interesting book and generally engaging. I enjoyed learning more about Peru. I thought the book was a really good exploration of a lot of social issues. For instance, the complexities of being mixed race, racism, misogyny, slavery, classism, intergenerational trauma, and more. I liked the contrast between, I don't know how to say her name, Anais and Julia, and the magical realism of the world, but I thought that Rupert was poorly characterised. I thought the non-linear dual storyline with really complicated interweaving stories was a good way to express interconnectedness and generational trauma, but was too hard to follow as a reader. Nonetheless, the family tree at the end of the book was scary. Yeah, so the actual structure of the book is really confusing, but the content is good. Overall enjoyable and had a generally satisfying ending with the house of trauma collapsing, although I would have liked more closure on Ananias's mental state. Yeah. So things I included, this is some more of that paper from the tissue, not the tissue, oh my goodness, the tea box that I got. Butterflies, butterfly effect is, the butterfly effect's really explored in this book because it's about intergenerational trauma. Obviously we have a cage. Multiple characters feel caged throughout the novel. This is a very unsubtle visual storytelling method. There's some dogs, so I included dogs. There's a key to the main house. That's why I included a key. The key's like a symbol, I guess. And then I included this, which I just felt fitted this space. This is a pattern from the inside of a, like, make your own lassie box. So I included that. All right, next one. This is the stolen bicycle. I finished it on the 1st of the 6th. I gave it a 2 out of 5. Let me think. Non-spoiler review. I mean, I'll talk about this more later, but I think that this book, so this one's set in Taiwan and it talks about like various conflicts that Taiwan has experienced throughout the years. It's a fiction book. It explores a lot of similar themes to The Dust Never Settles, but I think that The Dust Never Settles did it in a better and more engaging way. That's basically all I have to say. Like, you've already seen my review for The Dust Never Settles, so I'd recommend you read that book over this book. Let me discuss. Interesting book, and I enjoyed learning more about bicycles in Taiwan. Oh yeah, it was like really big on bicycle history. It also had a lot of nice history elements, like the zoos having to cull their animals during the war, and the use of war elephants and the butterfly collages. These are all like important aspects of Taiwanese history, especially during the 2 world wars, which, like, if you enjoy learning about them, read the book, but if you couldn't care less, don't read the book, because that's a lot of it. Similarly to The Dust Never Settles, it explores generational trauma and the trauma of war and other events across decades, and has lots of vignettes from different lives, showing how everyone is connected. I thought it was better organised than The Dust Never Settles in that it was easier to follow, since the main character learned about the history of the bicycle over time in a relatively understandable/realistic way. But the sudden switches into different perspectives made it more confusing than it needed to be. I did find the passage about Kung Fu being technique and resolve without any care for morality, i.e. anything from high-class crafts to thievery, interesting, so sticky noted this. I don't know what I mean by sticky noted. Oh, so I put this book back in the street library when I was done because I didn't particularly want to keep it, but I did put a sticky note as like a message to the next person who read it, just saying like, oh, I found this interesting. So what I'm referring to here is the book talks about how Kung Fu actually originated from a term called Kung Hu, and Kung Hu doesn't mean martial arts, it means like devoting your entire self to a particular thing, and the book talks about how that thing could be martial arts, or it could be like cooking, or it could be a particular craft, or it could even be something that's considered like low life, like thievery. Like if a thief has dedicated their entire being to being good at that thing, then they have Kung Hu, even though it's like a bad thing that they're doing. So I just thought that was interesting. I have no clue how true that is, but even if it's not, it's interesting. Um, Things I included, there's a big emphasis on, or like a big aspect of the butterfly collages. This was a thing that happened in Taiwan, I believe, during the World Wars, where a lot of women would be in charge of catching butterflies, like exotic butterflies, and then using their wings to make really beautiful pictures and collages. So I obviously included a lot of butterflies, but they're also useful for the butterfly effect because there's the intergenerational trauma aspect. And I included these leaves because they're like a lot of the events happen in the forests of Taiwan. And then this page is from, well, this page and the butterflies are from a little booklet of like vintage papers that I got from a $2 shop somewhere. So I just used it as a background, especially because it has little butterflies in it. So the next book I read is The Sisters Brothers by Patrick DeWitt. I finished this on the 2nd of the 6th. This was an interesting one because I picked it up in the street library and the cover on the book, I'll put it on the screen, you can see. I thought that this was going to be like some Russian spy book, like Cold War kind of thing. I'd never heard of the book before. I just picked it up because I thought it looked cool. And it is definitely not a Cold War spy book. It's a like a Western. Arguably a revisionist Western, which like honestly, this year I wouldn't say I've been getting really into revisionist Westerns because I haven't really watched or consumed any outside of what have I done? Marlena the Murderer in 4 acts I watched. I watched Unforgiven and I read this book, and I think that's about it. But I discovered the concept of the revisionist Western this year and I really like it. So let's just say that even though I did not expect this book to be a Western, I still really enjoyed it. I did give it 3 out of 5 because I didn't think it was like the best thing in the world, but I enjoyed it. Alright. So my non-spoiler my non-spoiler review would be, if you like Westerns, you'll probably like this book. If you like revisionist Westerns, you'll probably like this book. It's very, so I read this book in like a day. I mean it's only 328 pages, but still, I didn't expect to read it that quickly. It just has like, I thought the writing style was very engaging. Like once you started reading it, it was very easy to just keep going and keep going. It's one of those kinds of books. Yeah. So so now I'll read what I wrote. It's an interesting book, clearly very fun and or easy to read, especially compared to The Stolen Bicycle since I read it within 48 hours. Perhaps Perhaps it was the action and wanting to know the ending for a specific story as opposed to more meandering books with ambiguous endings like the last two. The story itself was fun, and I've never read a Western book before, so it was interesting. It didn't go where I expected it to go with the gold finding formula, but overall the characterization and plot arcs were satisfying, especially with Eli killing the Commodore and getting to go back to his mum at the end. I felt that Charlie losing his hand was also an appropriate punishment. Racism towards Native Americans, frowny face. I felt sorry for Tub, who was a horse, who I like. Okay, it's been like 6 months since I read this book, but I'm pretty sure the horse just gets killed or something. Or gets injured and then left behind to starve or something. Like, the horse did nothing wrong. The tooth powder saga was fun. Oh, yeah. So, the main character, Eli, he like has to get a tooth pulled and the dentist gives him like tooth powder, basically toothpaste, and is like, this is gonna make your breath smell nice and this is gonna keep your teeth healthy, and then he just becomes like absolutely obsessed with the tooth powder and he's like using it constantly and everything. It isn't at the top of my reading list, but I may well read DeWitt/Westerns again. Also, there's a movie which might be fun to watch. I didn't end up watching the movie because I think so. The only streaming service that my family has is Netflix, and I'm not going to pay for anything else, and it's not on Netflix, so I was like, whatever, I don't care enough to watch it. Alright, now for the stuff I have here. These are more of the Australian native stickers that I have. Obviously, this is an American book, but I felt like these were deserty enough that it made sense. There is a lot of death. It is a Western. I went for orange because of the desert and purple because there's like some formula that's used to find gold, and if I remember correctly, it turns the water purple where there is gold. So that's why I picked that. And then here and here, this is another watercolor that my mum did. It's the same painting, just different parts of it. And I thought, you know, this looks like the desert, I guess, and this looks like there's this lake that they come across. And I imagine the sun's beating down on them, and then there's the lake here. Alright, next one. So this is What We Owe. I'm not going to try and pronounce the author's name, but I finished it on the 5th of the 6th. This was a translated book. It was originally written, actually, I'm not sure if it was written in Swedish or is Iranian a language, but it was a translated book. My non-spoiler review is it's about the 1978 Tehran Revolution and about like I suppose you could say it's about generational trauma and like the strained relationships between children and adults, that kind of thing, like children and their parents and so forth. I gave it a 3 out of 5. If I remember back to when I finished it, I think I would have actually given it a 2 out of 5. Like, I remember reading the ending and I was like, dang, this is depressing. What was the point of this book? So, I mean, if you're okay with reading depressing stories, then go for it. If you're interested in Iran, the Tehran Revolution, etc., go for it. But as you can see from the spread that I did, it did not inspire me that much. So, yeah, definitely one of the books that I'd recommend less that I read this year. Alright, let me read what I wrote. The book gave an interesting insight into the experience of protesters during the 1978 Tehran Revolution, and I learnt about that revolution since I previously didn't know anything about it. It was also possibly a biography relating to the author's mother's experience. Yeah, I wasn't sure whether it was or wasn't. I can understand why many people find the book incredibly dark, confronting, and hard to read, but I didn't, possibly because I'm not a mother. It was nice and short. It was a nice short read with an interesting exploration of the conflicting emotions that can come with domestic violence from someone you love. Family, motherhood, the refugee experience, trauma, and cancer. I can understand why many people disliked the main character for her nastiness and selfishness, but I thought it was understandable considering the difficulties of her life and the psychological toll of cancer, trauma, and motherhood. Yeah, so I would definitely say that it is dark. Whether it's confronting or not depends a little bit on your own personal experience, I think. Like I said, I'm not a mother, therefore I couldn't fully understand that part of the story. But just because I can't understand it doesn't mean that I can't logically understand the fact that it is dark and confronting, that kind of thing, right? If you would like to experience a story about not necessarily refugees, but like a similar story, I guess, about struggling with motherhood, etc., but in probably a less confronting way. I'll talk about it in my video game review, but I played Venba this year, which is a game about like southern Indian cuisine, and it's like a short game. I think it took me like half an hour to complete, but it's really fun. All right, let me talk about what I put here. I think I just stuck random stuff here because I wasn't feeling particularly inspired. I think I was trying to go with a like vague nature deserty theme, but it didn't really work out. There's obviously themes of love or a lack of love in the book, and yeah. The only exciting things here are, I mean, these are all stickers and washi tapes and bits of like pattern paper and stuff, but these came from, I don't remember if I had one earlier, I'm filming on a different day. These are from the inside of a like Lassie kit that we had. So I thought, why not? All right, next one. This is the Tea Dragon Society. I'll give you a spoiler. This is the only book that I gave a 5 out of 5 this year. Looking back, do I think I should have given it a 5 out of 5? No, I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, looking back, I'd probably give it a 4 out of 5. I feel like at this point in the year, I was kind of like, why haven't I given anything a 5 out of 5 yet? Oh, let me just give this one a 5 out of 5. But I think how I want to structure it in the future is if I think a book is like particularly good or outstanding or anything, I'll give it a 4 out of 5. And I reckon I'll only be giving them a 5 out of 5 if they're like life changing. And I would not say this book was life changing, but make of that what you will. This is a graphic novel trilogy by a non binary author from New Zealand. Each of them are quite short, like they're about 70 to 90 pages each. They also come with, like, you can get a few different card games that have been made. I have the base version of the card game. I think it's pretty interesting. Yeah, so if you're into graphic novels and you like queer narratives and you like dragons and you like tea, would definitely recommend. If you don't like any of those things, you probably won't like this book. But also, what are you doing on my channel? Yeah, so that's that. That's my non-spoiler review. Let me read what I wrote. A sweet and short book that nicely introduces us to the beautiful and peaceful semi-fantasy world of the Tea Dragons. I liked the queer storylines and inclusion, and related to Greta's goals of wanting to help people and learn new skills, especially keeping the knowledge of both blacksmithing and tea dragon keeping alive. Very relatable. The tea dragons themselves are a cute blend of various creatures and are a dream pet for any tea lover. I liked the story between Eric and Ezekiel and between Greta and Minette. Both stories and pairings were compelling. Overall, I really liked the book and story and world, and the inclusion of the Tea Dragon manual. Yeah, at the end of each of the books, there's a little manual teaching you how to keep the tea dragons. The whole point of the tea dragons, realized I should have explained this earlier, is they're like little dragons that grow tea on their bodies that you can harvest, and like, the more you care for the dragon, the better the tea tastes. But also, the tea is used to retain the dragon's memories with their keepers. So it's like catharsis tea, I guess. Happy memory tea. Yeah, that kind of thing. So what did I include here? This is another watercolor my mum did. There's some washi tapes. I wanted to have nature vibes. There's a heavy romance element, so I included that. And the rest of it, especially this paper and like the squirrel and berries and things, I'm just trying to express the like nature aspect of the world. and also like how all the like plants are used to make tea, right? Duh, so tea. The other thing is this teacup came from a packet of tea that I got. This is from Tea Life in Australia. So if you live in Australia or you're happy to pay for shipping from Australia, actually I don't know if they ship internationally. If you're happy to pay for shipping from Australia, would recommend. All right, next one is the Tea Dragon Festival. This is the second one in the trilogy. It's a prequel for the first one. And I will just go straight into what I said because I already talked about the actual series for the last book. A fun book. I didn't expect it to be a prequel / companion book. Honestly, I was disappointed in that since I was really invested in Minette and Greta's story, but that didn't stop me from enjoying this one. The setting felt more Ghibli fantasy, with a small mountain village with a special festival, and with Rin gathering plants and meeting Adhan. Adhan? I'm not sure how to pronounce this character's name. I'm going to say Aiden, asleep in the forest. Aiden and Rin's relationship and character development was nice, and I enjoyed seeing Eric and Ezekiel and hints of their future. The crow fight seemed odd and forced. There's like a random point where they get ambushed by like mountain monsters or something, like very out of character for the rest of the series. I enjoyed the added representation with non-binary characters and sign language, but it was odd to use ASL for a New Zealand written story. I also liked how the forest spirit wasn't malicious. As always, love Ezekiel. Yes, my favourite character. Yeah, so American Sign Language was used, but it's a Kiwi story, which I thought was odd, but like, I suppose ASL is like more known of, so I guess it makes sense. Alright, things that I finished this one on the 10th of the 6th. 4 out of 5, would recommend. Here's more watercolor. I included a bunch of mushrooms and things since there was a big foraging element. And then these papers for the woody element. That's it. Not that exciting. Next one is the Tea Dragon Tapestry. This is the last one in the trilogy. I also gave this one a 4 out of 5 and I finished it on the 11th of the 6th. I think... Yeah, this and the other one, like this and the second book, are both longer than the first one. The first book's like 70 pages. These two are 135 each. And I will just read what I wrote. The final book in the series, returning to Greta and Minette, a bit older, I thought it was a nice and fitting ending with Greta being an apprentice, although her getting to also stay in her hometown felt a bit contrived. Yeah, like the big plot point is she wants to be a blacksmithing apprentice, but to do that, she might have to go to the big city and leave behind her girlfriend and her family and her tea dragon and all of that. But in the end, the dude who she becomes an apprentice to is like, hey, let's just stay in your village. Like, that felt very unrealistic. And with Minette being more confident and finding herself. It was also nice to see everything coming together at the end with Rin and Eden showing up, and to see how they'd grown and how the village was trying to accommodate Eric's disability. I think everything came together at the end. I think this would work really well as a children/teens animated TV show. Every character feels full and has their own dreams. It's cute and peaceful, although flowery and unrealistic, and has good messages about inclusion, growth, grief, friendship, etc. I thoroughly enjoyed this series and will probably get the card game. And then I did go and get the card game, which I have enjoyed. I don't have much else to say about that. Here's some more watercolor. Here's some more paper. Here's some more animals because it's in a forest. Well, like the village is kind of in a forest. And here is some more of this tissue box because it looks foresty. That's about it. For these, I went with the cover colors. So I mean, I got this on Kindle, and Kindle's only in black and white, so I don't know. But the primary color I'd associate with it was green. And then the Tea Dragon Festival, the cover is orange. And the Tea Dragon Tapestry, the cover is purple. So, makes sense, right? All right, next one is Songbirds. I finished this on the 12th of the 6th. I gave it 3 out of 5. My non-spoiler review for this one would be, I think, I mean, it's set in Cyprus, which is I don't think I've ever read a book set in Cyprus before, so that was interesting. The whole point is that there's this lady, and the nanny that she hires for her daughter has gone missing. So it's a bit of a mystery novel trying to figure out what happened to the nanny. Themes, I don't know. Generational trauma again. Uh like connecting with your family. Like a big point of it is she's hired this nanny, and she's working like 24/7. So she basically never gets to spend time with her daughter, and she doesn't know anything about her daughter. And now the two of them have to connect with each other because the nanny's not there anymore. There's also, like, I suppose, a element of like social justice and of personal agency, I would say, is a theme. So if that sounds interesting to you, go for it. And let me read what I wrote. Another interesting fiction book about relationships and generational trauma. I thought the various perspectives and time skips, etc., were better executed in this book than in The Dust Never Settles and The Stolen Bicycle, and the evocative passages about the hair were nice. However, partially because of the hair, the ending of the book with Nisha dying was very predictable. I also felt like Seraphim suddenly letting Yanis go was an odd character choice, an odd character change. Also, the book felt very long for not much happening, similarly to The Stolen Bicycle. I guess it was nice that Petra and Aliki became closer and that Yanis stopped poaching. So throughout the book, there's these passages about a dead hare that's on the side of a lake that starts decaying. And that just makes it so obvious that the nanny died, right? Which is like I feel like it takes away from a lot of the drama that happens in the rest of the book. The passages themselves I thought were well written, but it was just kind of like, well, you're telling us she's died before we even knew that she'd died. And then when there's this plot, oh, maybe she ran away. It's like, well, no, we already know she's dead because of all of this. All right, things I included. As you can see, not super inspired by this one. I included another portion of my mum's painting because this looked a bit like a lake. Uh, there's a bunch of flowers because, well, there's a bunch of flowers on the cover of the book, but also they do turn up in the book. Butterfly effect, classic. There's a bunch of dogs that are mentioned. Like, they're not a big part of the book, but they are mentioned, so they're there. And I was using this paper as like leftover paper. Honestly, I feel like these flowers are AI generated. But at the same time, I bought them, like, I feel like I bought them before AI became a thing, but they just look off, don't they? I don't know, maybe you can't see them properly. But I feel like they just look a bit strange. Maybe they're just badly photoshopped. Anyway, next one. The next one I read was Coraline by Neil Gaiman. I I've never actually read any of his books before, and I'm not interested in supporting him now. But one of my tutoring students was studying this book, so I had to get it and read it. This was an interesting experience for me because I watched the Coraline movie when it first came out when I was like how old was I? I must have been like 5 or something like that. And actually, let me look it up. Let me not give you false information. Okay, so the movie came out in 2009, so I probably was 5 when I watched it, and it traumatized me so much. Like, I was terrified. And I'd never read the book. I haven't rewatched the movie since 2009, even though I'm sure that I'd probably like it now. So it was going to be a very interesting experience for me to read. I mean, most of you probably already know the story of Coraline. If you don't, the whole point is that she gets bored and her parents aren't really paying attention to her, and she gets sucked into like an alternate dimension where there's these characters called the other mother and the other father, and they're probably the characters you've probably seen with the button eyes, and they're kind of like demons that try and convince her to stay. So it's like a children's horror book, I guess, and about like the resourcefulness that Coraline needs to have to escape. Yes, so let me read what I wrote. A nice and creepy book that I'm happy to have read after so long. I enjoyed all of the Shakespeare references and the sarcastic cat, probably the cat from Alice in Wonderland. Yeah, there's a lot of references to other texts, especially like Gothic texts. Like I wrote, there's a lot of Shakespeare references, but there's also this cat that like 99% chance is inspired by the cat from Alice in Wonderland. The message about the importance of family and the importance of being brave was nice, and the story was nicely gothic, a bit childishly written. How many similes can we have for how the other mother's hair floats? Oh, yeah, like every single time the other mother was on screen or on the page, there was a simile about how her hair floats like it's underwater. But the end of the simile changed each time, but it was always a simile. It was never anything else. So it was a bit like, really? It's like when a kid has just learnt what a simile is for the first time and they use it for all of their writing constantly. But it is for children, oddly. Unfortunately, couldn't justify more than 3 stars considering, the author. Yeah. Uh Anyway, yeah, so I finished this on the 16th of the 6th, and obviously I kept it because I needed to keep it for my students. As far as what I included here, these are some dogs. I realised I forgot to mention earlier, the dogs are also from a tissue box. There's a lot of mentions of dogs and cats and all of that, so I included dogs and cats. I also included a butterfly effect, duh, here's some more butterflies. There's also a whole bunch of rats, but unfortunately I don't have any rat stickers, even though I do like rats, so I couldn't do that. I feel like, so this is part of a paper bag as well, but it's a Harry Harthog paper bag, and they have black on their paper bags, so it's a black paper bag. I feel like that's pretty obvious, she goes into the other world and it's all horrifying and dark and everything. And then, Cage, pretty self-explanatory, she needs to escape. That's about it. Alright, next one I read was 1984. And I mean, what do I need to say about 1984? I finished it on the 20th of the 6th. Wow. I gave it 2 out of 5. I was not super impressed with it. Like, I understand the importance of the book, but I didn't enjoy the book. And it's not like I didn't enjoy it because it was confronting or anything like that. I just did not, like, it was a slog to get through. Yeah. I don't think there's much I can tell you about 1984 that you probably haven't already heard. Even if you haven't read it, you've probably already heard everything, so I'll just get into what I wrote about it. It was less a book that I was interested in reading and more a book that I felt like I had to read. I gave it 2 stars because of how influential it's been to our society, but really it was very boring. This was possibly because all of the things that it had to say about authoritarianism, etc., are things that I already knew, or that at least made sense in the world of the book. It would have been far more exciting. It would have been a far more exciting book in the 1940s when these things were less well/widely known. Depressing but predictable to see Winston lose, similarly to in Brave New World. Authors in the 30s and 40s seemed pessimistic, although for good reason. Sad to see these things happening in the modern day too. Sad face. But I guess it's good to tick it off my list. Yeah, so, I mean, I've studied history, I do psychology, I did historiography, and modern history specifically. Like, I feel like, I guess the reason 1984 became like a classic is because when it came out in the 40s, it was just after World War II. And people were like, oh my goodness, how could this have possibly happened? And then Brave New World offered some insight into that, why it happened, how it happened, etc. But in the modern day, having had more time to reflect on everything, having had time to like go through the Cold War, etc., multiple dictatorships have risen and fallen, all of that. And especially as someone who's studied history, like, all of the tactics to maintain control of the population that are used in the book are tactics that I was already aware of. So I can imagine someone reading this in the 40s going, oh my goodness, was that a control tactic? Oh my goodness, was that actually propaganda? Why did I participate in that? But like I said, maybe it is literally just because I have done history. But reading it in the modern day, I'm like, it's kind of like, yeah, no shit, of course. um, like, duh. Um, Now, I'm sure it's still a useful book for society, but if nothing else, it provides an insight into how people in the 40s felt about this kind of thing. And there are lots of people who have not had as good of an education as me and have not studied history like me, for whom 1984 would be useful to read, like as an educational book. It just falls flat for me because I already knew all of that. But that's kind of a coincidence. Regardless, a useful book, if a boring one, in my opinion. That's about that. What I included here, I was not very inspired, but since I picked this green paper, this is the other side of the green paper, I thought I may as well use it. I included these things. I guess there's like a romance subplot, so I'll take it, but that's about it. This is a picture that my mum took at some point that she had printed off, and I just have a stack of pictures she was getting rid of, and I thought, well, a whole bunch of seemingly military planes seems appropriate for a surveillance society. This piece of paper I picked because it looks a bit trippy, and I felt like the torture and stuff in 1984 is probably trippy. And then I picked film because, film is an essential part of propaganda and surveillance, so that made sense. Alright, next one. This is The Secret Life of Bees, pretty well-known book by Sue Monk Kidd. I finished it on the 23rd of the 6th. I gave it 4 out of 5. However, that needs a qualification or like explanation, I guess. For a non-spoiler review, I really enjoyed the book. I think if it's the kind of book, like if you're depressed and you want like a pick-me-up book, but not an overly sappy pick-me-up book, this is probably a good one. It is, if you don't know anything about it, like it is about racism in the US in like the era, I think it's just at the start of the civil rights movement is when it's set. So it definitely has that aspect. So it's not like it's all sunshine and rainbows. However, it is not realistic. Uh, it is not a realistic portrayal of, or at least as far as my history knowledge tells me, it is not a realistic portrayal of racism in America in like the 50s. It's a very watered down portrayal. There's still racism, but like, let's just say if I'm remembering correctly, no one gets lynched in this book. But if the events of this book had taken place in the real 1950s America, like 50 people would have been lynched, right? It's so, like, I think I described it in my review, or maybe not, maybe I described it somewhere else, as like, it's kind of like a fantasy version of 1950s America, where people are a lot nicer than they were in real life, and black people and black women especially had a lot more power than they did in real life. So I think it's a good book. I do not think it is a good historical fiction book from a perspective of historical accuracy. So make of that what you will. I would recommend it, but I would recommend it with a whole bunch of critical thinking skills, which goes for every single book in this list. So that said, let me read what I wrote. Although it's bizarre that a book like this was written by a white woman, overall I enjoyed the book and found it fun. It was an interesting rural story, and I enjoyed Lily gaining a greater sense of self. The safe paradise of the bee farm is a compelling setting, and I enjoyed the prose, even if it wasn't the kind of prose you'd get from a 14-year-old. Yeah, so the main character Lily, she's 14, but she doesn't write like a 14-year-old. She writes like a grown woman, which feels very unrealistic. Although the book was nice and had a nice arc and ending with Lily staying with August, I found it quite unrealistic that Rosaline would spit on the men, and throughout the book. Unrealistic that the men wouldn't kill Rosaline, that she and Lily wouldn't be caught on the run, that August would let them stay, that she wouldn't be killed for kidnapping a white girl, that Zack wouldn't be killed, etc. This would be a good fantasy book, but not a great historical fiction book. Yeah, so that's basically what I said earlier. It's a fantastical version of 1950s-ish rural America. Alright, now for what I included. Bees, duh. I felt like these cutouts were just like nice to go with the rest of it. And then I picked these two pictures because I felt like, obviously these are the Australian outback, you know, these are from trips that we made to the Australian outback. But I felt like these were, like they looked ambiguous enough that they could be an American rural setting, which is why I picked them. Yeah. Alright, next one. This is The Happiest Man on Earth by Eddie Jacku. So, I finished this on the 24th of the 6th. My non-spoiler review, I guess. So Eddie Jacku was a Holocaust survivor who became a refugee in Australia after the Second World War. He worked at the Holocaust Museum in, I don't know if it's called the Holocaust Museum, or I think it's called the Jewish Museum in Sydney, for multiple decades until he died. I think he died in 2021, and they held a state funeral for him. He's probably, or he was probably one of the most well-known Holocaust survivors who moved to Australia. from a historical perspective, I find this very interesting because when they, and I forget who they is, like I think it was just the European countries, when they were talking about establishing an Israeli country, one of the places that was considered was Australia because Australia had so much space. Now, of course, that completely ignores the fact that there's Indigenous people all across Australia, but it's not like they were really considering who lived where when they were deciding where to put this Israeli settlement. So it makes sense that a lot of Jewish people after the Holocaust moved to Australia, especially considering how far away it is from Germany, which is just, I suppose, a fun fact. Anyway, so Eddie moved here. He worked at the Jewish Museum. This is like, from what I've gathered, a pretty common excursion for year 10, year 9 and 10 students in Australia to take. When you're in year 9 and 10 in Australia, you have a mandatory unit where you have to study World War II and the Holocaust, right? So a lot of schools do, and hopefully still do because it's important, excursions to the Jewish Museum. And they have a bunch of Holocaust survivors there who will tell you about their story, and then you can look at the exhibits, and they've got like kid-friendly exhibits, and then they've got like really confronting exhibits, and it's just like, it just is like a good museum to understand the history of the Holocaust and anti-Semitism, right? Anyway, so I went when I was in year 10 in 2019, and Eddie was the Holocaust survivor who spoke to us at the time. And at the time, he was in the process of writing this book. He'd almost finished it, because it was published in 2020. And he said, "Oh, I hope that you guys will all pick up my book and enjoy my book when I've finished writing it." The title of the book, The Happiest Man on Earth, comes from the presentations that he would give when he was at the museum. He always described himself as the happiest man on earth because even though he'd been through all of this horrific stuff, he, like, when he was giving these presentations and telling people about his life story, he always talked about how now he was in a beautiful country and he was safe and he had a wonderful wife and he had children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren and everything. Therefore, he has found peace and forgiveness. Therefore, he is the happiest man on earth, which is nice, you know? So this book is an autobiography, and it includes, like, it's one of those books that has a section in the middle with a whole bunch of pictures of like him and his family, and it has relatives of his who were killed during the Holocaust as well as his current family at time of writing the book with his great-grandchildren, etc. And it's just like, I think it's a really good and interesting reading experience. There's this really strange review, I just remembered. There's this really strange review for this book on Goodreads that says, "Don't read this book because of the genocide in Gaza." Like, this book was written before the 2023 war events, etc. Like, obviously, the conflict has been ongoing since forever, like since the 40s and earlier, but Eddie didn't say anything about that. And I feel like dismissing this book because of the genocide is like a bit dumb to do. Like, or the Holocaust is meaningless because of what Israel's doing right now. No. So I do still think it's a relevant book to read. and I'm glad that Eddie wrote it. So I obviously wanted to read it since I'd met him, and I read it this year. I initially was going to give it a rating, and then I was like, I don't really feel like I can put a rating on this. Like, this is his lived experience and his life, and it feels a bit weird to put a rating on that. That said, though, like, I did feel that it was generally well written. I mean, as far as I'm aware, usually autobiographies have a ghostwriter, but that's not the point. That's not the point. It's an important book and it documents someone's life and experiences. And considering a lot of the people who survived the Holocaust are now old enough that they're dying, I think it's important that we have books like this to document those people's experiences even beyond their death, which is why I think it's such a valuable book. All right, let me read what I wrote. An important book to read, and one that I wanted to read since going to the Jewish Museum in 2019. I think it's good that Eddie wrote a book to spread his message further, and it was good to revisit his story. His message, by the way, is that we should all seek, like, we should all try to forgive each other and be, like, happy and harmonious together. That's the message. It's not like some crazy, I don't know, pro-war message or anything like that. It would feel weird to give a book like this a rating, so I won't. I think it's a good memoir about the importance of kindness, education, and how we can make the most of our lives. It's also really important that we don't forget about the process of the Holocaust, but I do unfortunately agree with Eddie that anyone who didn't go through it can't truly understand the horrors of it, no matter how many books they read. Yeah. And I think it's also really important to educate ourselves on the Holocaust and other historical events and history in general, because history repeats itself is not just a classic saying, it's real, and it's happening. So, uh, so be vigilant, is what I'll say. And right now there is a lot of stuff happening, not just towards Jewish people, towards a whole bunch of different groups, that is very similar to what happened before the Holocaust happened. So let's just say, as a history student, I'm not feeling too hot right now. So as far as things I included here, obviously there's more watercolor, there's more of this tissue box, and I included a bunch of plants and things because, well, first of all, I wanted this page to look nice, but also, after he escaped from Auschwitz, Eddie did spend a significant amount of time, well, not necessarily a significant amount of time, but he spent a bunch of time in the wilderness, you know, only living off whatever he could eat, like slugs and things. So it felt appropriate for what happened in the book as well. All right, next one. So at this point we get into a whole bunch of books that I've read, which are, the series is called Cautionary Tales, I believe. It's a series of graphic novels which are collections of short stories done by a series of different artists from a particular region of the world. So I tried to read them in the order that they came out. I think I have every book in the series. And I just enjoy them because you learn about folklore from different countries. Or different, not necessarily different countries, different regions. There is a criticism to be made of the series that it's mostly done by the same group of mostly white graphic artists. When they did the Native American one, so this is an American series, right? Like, it's published in America, done by an American company, etc., etc. When they did the Native American one, I don't think they actually hired Native American artists for it, which was like a baffling decision. But putting aside that, if you can put it aside, They are still, in my opinion, very well done and interesting books. And they're a good kind of thing to give, like, especially younger readers an insight into how vast the world's folklore is, and folklore from different continents and countries, etc. Which I think is really good because I think kids should be reading about stuff from different countries and cultures. So this is the first one. This is the one that had a collection of stories from across Africa. It's called The Girl Who Married a Skull and Other African Stories. I finished it on the 25th of the 6th. And I gave it 4 out of 5. I think I gave most of these 4 out of 5 because I just enjoyed them. They're relatively short reads, like this one's 208 pages, but they're fun, you know. So if you can get around what I said earlier of not hiring authors from each country, then I would recommend these books. Let me read what I wrote. My first time reading this volume, as with the other volumes, I enjoyed it. I really like looking at the different art styles of the various artists, and this time I even noticed editor Kel MacDonald being involved. As usual, I enjoyed the range of stories and found them interesting. I also found the combination of fables, fairy tales, and cautionary tales fun, although it did mean that some stories had sudden/unexpected endings. I think my favourite story was The Lion's Whiskers, since it was about how we already have the intelligence and internal resources to do anything we want. We just need faith and the confidence to use them to achieve our goals. I don't actually remember the story. Well, I don't remember specifically what happened, but I think it had something to do with, like, a lady needed to, like, cut off a lion's whiskers to save her husband's life or something. And initially she was like, oh my goodness, the lion's gonna kill me. And then she was like, wait a second, I have my own intelligence and bravery, so I can do it. You know, ones that had messages like that I enjoyed more. As far as what I included here, obviously a lot of flowers. I feel like this particular paper with this crazy flower pattern really suited the cover and the vibe of the book, I felt. And then I included more flowers to back it up in this scene. There were some desert stories, so I included this paper. And then, obviously, the girl marries a skull, so I included skulls, but there's also death in these kinds of cautionary tales. Right, next one. This was Tamamo the Fox Maiden and Other Asian Stories, so obviously it's the, like, Asian edition of the series. I finished it on the 28th of the 6th, and I'll get right into what I wrote. Similarly to the other books in the series, I enjoyed it as much as 6 years ago. Yeah, I got this one first 6 years ago, so that's when I last read it. I enjoyed The Demon with Matted Hair the most, since similarly to The Lion's Whiskers in the previous volume, it's another story about the importance of using your own resourcefulness, and about the importance of learning. I enjoyed the breadth of countries drawn from. Mulan is always a classic. I also love the art style of I think this is Caitlin Kerlick, who drew The History of the Spectre Ship. I wish I could draw like that. So I don't remember what The Demon with Matted Hair was about, other than what I wrote, so I can't tell you about that story, sorry. The cover for this book was red, so obviously I went with a red theme. I have these, like, Japanese origami papers, so I included them, same with the washi tapes. The Caged Bird's always a classic. I feel like every second book that I read has someone with a physical or metaphorical sense of entrapment. There's cats in the book, that kind of thing. I felt like this paper was very in line with the aesthetic of the cover of the book. And this, like, trippy paper that I used for 1984 is good for, like, the trippy supernatural aspect of many of the stories. Tamamo, not Tamamo, there was a different one. There's one where there's, like, not a raccoon, but something similar to it that transforms into a person or something, I think. It's not like a kitsune. It's like a raccoon thing. Oh, it's, what are they called? Tanuki? You know, the, like, the trickster spirits, so I included this raccoon because it looked like him. Alright, next one. This is The Night Marches and Other Oceanian Stories. I finished it on the 29th of the 6th, and I'll get straight into what I wrote. Another solid volume of stories. I found it odd that it was about Oceanian stories but didn't have any from Australia and New Zealand. It was almost always the Philippines and Hawaii, which isn't necessarily an issue. Like, I think that Filipino and Hawaiian stories are undertold and underrepresented, but so are, like, Indigenous Australian and Maori stories. So I thought it was a bit strange that those two groups, especially Indigenous Australians from the largest, like, Australia is a continent. I found it strange that those were excluded. I enjoyed the story of Pele and Polihu since it was well illustrated and pretty. I also liked the Night Marches as it was a sweet story, and Apalaki and Mayari about the importance of not fighting. The legend of the coconut tree made me sad because the eel seemed to truly love the maiden but got killed. Okay, that one I do remember because it was too depressing. There's basically this eel who, like, really likes this girl, and then I think her family or something come along and kill the eel. And I don't remember exactly how, but I do remember it was in a very horrific way. Like, the eel kind of got tortured to death, which was a bit upsetting. Yeah, I should apologise in advance for any mispronunciations. A big standout was Kapui and the owl because I liked the illustrations and how Kapui and the owl helped and respected each other. Oddly enough, although there were many cautionary tales in this one, as with other volumes, respect spirits and the wild, be thankful, etc., there weren't really any stories about the importance of using your own individual/internal resources, except maybe the turtle. I wish they could have covered a wider range of countries from an underrepresented region. Yes. I mean, it's kind of self-explanatory, like, Oceania is such a, like, underappreciated region for culture, for food, for history, for stories and, like, folk tales, etc. Yeah. So I just think it would be nice to hear more about that. Like, you know, as Australian kids in school, we do hear, like, a few Dreamtime stories, but that's about it. So it would be nice to see more. As you can see, by this point, I'd read like 5 books in like 3 days, and I was not feeling super inspired, but I included this because there was a theme of like fire versus water in some of the stories. These are like more Australian native plants, so I included them. And the idea of the night marches or like any sort of living dead, I thought suited this skeleton hand. So yeah, next one. This one is The Woman in the Woods and Other North American Stories. I finished it on the 30th of the 6th. That's it, I don't have anything to say about that. Let me get straight into it. Another enjoyable experience. It was really short, which is weird since there are surely more stories to tell, and since this series is made in the US, they surely have access to many more Indigenous American authors than the rest of the world do. Also, it had no extras section at the end, which was sad. Yeah, usually these books have an extras section which includes concept art from each of the stories, but this one just didn't, so it was very bizarre. This volume also had an extremely high proportion of modern era stories / retellings, which was interesting, like why. I would have liked to have had more creation stories from various nations. I liked how the book started with a story about a trans kid and creator, reminding us of the fact that many Indigenous cultures have 3+ genders. I also liked the Rougarou since it was about the importance of helping people, and the monster was cute. I also liked The Woman in the Woods since it was a cute and bittersweet lesbian romance. Overall, another fun volume, it just needed to be longer. I don't know why it was so short. It feels like the Indigenous creators were really being given the short end of the stick for this one. Going with the theme of the woman in the woods, I included several naturey washi tapes and stickers, and then these three are all like practice watercolors that my mum did, so I thought they suited, and that's that, nice and simple. Next one is The Nixie of the Mill Pond and Other European Stories, finished on the 1st of the 7th. Let me see. You know, I don't know about in other places, but in Australia, like the mythology we hear about the most is European mythology, and especially with Disney, like they really go into the European mythology as opposed to other regions of the world. So I did know the majority of these stories beforehand, but I will read what I wrote regardless. Odd that, even though this was supposedly the third volume, it isn't even listed online as part of the series. Obviously, being part of the English-speaking world, I had heard most of these stories before reading, but still enjoyed seeing new adaptations. That said, the lack of novelty made it less exciting. I most enjoyed stories I hadn't heard of before, like, okay, I can't pronounce this, Bisklabet, about the importance of honesty. I also thought that Tatterhood was a fun story. Both Kid Brother and Hamlin's Piper were beautifully illustrated. I liked how Hamlin's Piper showed the transformation of the townsfolk to trees, and how Kid Brother made the sister so beautiful and gave her a detailed goddess-like design after being in the lake. Yeah, I think she gets drowned or something and then turns into a spirit, but she becomes really pretty and like adorned with pearls and everything. Although the volume includes a selection of well-known and lesser-known stories, I feel like it would have been nice to have only obscure tales to introduce us to new ones. Interestingly, this one had very few stories. They were just longer than average for cautionary tales and folk tales volumes. I mean, this series is primarily published in the US for an American audience. American audiences already know all of the basic European fairy tales. So I felt like it would have been, like I said, nice to have only more obscure stories, because everyone already knows about, like, I don't remember if Sleeping Beauty was in it, but like everyone already knows about Rapunzel and Sleeping Beauty and all of that. Like, I want to hear about random extra stories. Alright, as far as things I included, obviously more watercolours, more bits of paper. You've seen most of these things before. This one is an interesting one. I think this probably is the most, like, captures the junk journaling of the junk journaling in this journal. This is part of the cover of a sketchbook that I had. So it's like, this is like a thick piece of plastic that I've just stuck in here. But the cover had this nice forest and I thought it would suit, so I used it. Alright, next one. This is The Watchmaker of Filigree Street. I read it I finished it on the 7th of the 7th. This book, so I've read it about 4 years ago, I think. And I guess my non-spoiler review. So I gave it 4 out of 5. It's part of a duology, and I never read the second book in the duology when I first read this one because I was so put off, I'll tell you why, by one single thing. If you don't like this, you better not read this book. It is an age gap relationship. So this is like, in and of itself, I think the concept of the book is really interesting. The whole point of this book is so it's set in the Victorian era, and there's this Japanese watchmaker who can kind of tell the future. And he involves this like very ordinary British office worker in all of his schemes, and then the two of them fall in love, right? So I suppose if you want to read a gay Victorian romance, go for it. However, there is an age gap. Like, I think that. So, on the bright side, the office worker, who's the younger of the pair, he's like 25 or something. So, it's not like he's 16 and it's a pedophilic relationship or anything like that. But the Japanese watchmaker is like 50 or something. And I don't know, I think I'm like more icky about age gap relationships than I should be, probably because I've watched so many videos about like 50-year-old men marrying like 14-year-old girls or something. Like, but I guess like it just freaked me out so much and it was so unexpected that I couldn't bring myself to read the second book. But this time around, I read the second book, and if you can get over the age gap, then I would definitely recommend this book. I think it was such a fun book. I love Victorian London, and I think the magic system is so interesting and unique. So, would recommend. It did not get 5 out of 5 because of the age gap. Let me read what I wrote. An interesting magical realism book which I enjoyed far more reading this time versus last time. I liked the interesting interpretation of future sight with Maury, especially with him forgetting things that don't happen and with him learning/forgetting English based on his future with Thaniel. Thaniel's synesthesia was something I weirdly didn't notice last time, but it added extra interest to the story and is unique and was also important in the climax. Yeah, it's such an. First of all, love magical realism. Want to read more magical realism books. If anyone is watching to this point and has recommendations for magical realism books, do tell, because I love them. And like I said in the review, the main character, Thaniel, has synesthesia, right? Like color sound synesthesia, which is like, how many characters in fiction have that? Like, a very unique trait to give your main character. And even more interestingly, like this book has like a mystery element and I guess a bit of a crime element, and his synesthesia is what lets him solve that. Like if he didn't have that, no one would ever know what happened, which is just interesting in my opinion. This time I also noticed how the book questioned Maury's character and Thaniel's worry of Maury dying comparatively sooner. Overall, a fun and interesting unique idea. I'm curious to see how the sequel goes and what it explores. Yeah, there's a big question. Oops, sorry. There's a big question of, since this guy can see the future, who's to say that he's not manipulating Thaniel, right? Which was a question that the book poses that I didn't realize last time. Like, I guess my critical reading skills were through the floor in 2020. But, like, it has like a kind of sinister element. Like, oh, is he genuine in his love, or is he just being manipulative to get what he wants? And I will say, as far as I can tell, he is genuine, but it's just interesting to see that in the book. Like, the book seems quite self-aware, but not in a fourth wall breaky way, just in general. Alright, things I included. Obviously went for the vintage theme, although I think this typewriter is a bit too modern for the story. Obviously there's a romance subplot, so I included, or not subplot, it's like pretty there. So I obviously included this washi tape and the Japanese washi tape. And I felt like this paper, which I used for the girl who married the skull, was really good for representing the synesthesia that he has. So that is that. Next one. Okay, so this is Sputnik's Sweetheart by Murakami. I finished it on the 9th of the 7th. As far as Murakami, obviously he's very famous and quite prolific. I generally like Murakami's stories and writing. I have quite a few of his books, like, that I own. I went through like a phase of reading a whole bunch of his books, and then I read 1Q84 and I hated it so much that I stopped reading him for like over a year. But this was in, like, we stayed in like an Airbnb basically, and they had a bookshelf, and this was in the bookshelf, and I thought, I can read it in a few days, so I did. The thing with Murakami is that you cannot read his books without critical thinking skills because they are like a bit wacko. Like the portrayal of female characters, questionable. The portrayal of like girls, like minors, very questionable. A whole bunch of other things, very questionable. He definitely has an ear fetish. However, he does still write in a very interesting way and about interesting topics. So overall, I would recommend his books, but you need to keep in mind that there's some very questionable and strange stuff in them. Yeah. So, let me read what I wrote. Probably a good book to try and get back into Murakami. Although he continues to have weird Murakami issues, e.g., odd female characters written by a man and the possible fetishization of lesbians, it was overall pretty tame and harmless. I enjoyed the dual Greek and Japanese settings and the hint of magical realism through the two Miyus in different worlds. Okay, that's one thing that I really like about Murakami's books. Several of his books have magical realism, and you already know, because I mentioned earlier, I love magical realism. So I really like that. Honestly, Miyu seems like a great boss slash girlfriend for someone like me. I think she was just like really chill and dedicated. So I think that's why I wrote that. Generally an unexciting book and a nice quick read. Not terrible, but pretty decent, generally nicely written with some weird Murakami details and vague messages about moving on after loss, but not groundbreaking, hence a 3 out of 5 rating. Yeah, pretty straightforward. Pretty good, not groundbreaking, therefore 3 out of 5. Let me see, what did I include here? This page, as you can probably tell, is kind of like a leftovers page. Like, most of the paper that I used here is like offcuts from previous pages. I went for blue and white and then red because I'd say I mostly associate Japan with red. And then obviously Greece is very associated with blue and white, right? So I did that. There is death in the book, hence the skulls. And I included, this is gonna sound so weird. Here's more junk journaly things for you. This like pattern, these faces came off a like anti-acne sample kit that I was given by my workplace. And in the instruction manual, they had this pattern on the instruction manual. So once I read it, I cut it all up, and it also had these eyes. And I feel like these really represent the abstract nature of femininity and the search for identity and all of that. Maybe I should have done art in high school. So that's that one. Next book is The Lost Future of Pepperharrow, which is the sequel to The Watchmaker of Filigree Street. This book, I'm genuinely, I think I went for orange because there's like a lot of fire and things. And then obviously, yeah, I'll get to that later. I finished this on the 24th of the 7th. I gave it a 3 out of 5. I didn't think it was as good or as compelling or as like tightly knit and well planned as the first book, but it was still an interesting book, and I feel like even though it wasn't as well planned, I think you could see how Natasha Pulley planned the entire series quite well. Like, she knew what she wanted to happen. Therefore, I mean, as I'll discuss in my actual review, there's a lot of like weird hints that are given in the first book that aren't really wrapped up, but they are wrapped up in the second book, which makes the second book very satisfying. So if you like that kind of experience, then I would definitely recommend the duology. Also, like, I suppose if you're into like forbidden romances, well, I mean, being gay was illegal in Victorian London, so it is a forbidden romance. All right, let me read what I wrote. As other reviews have said, I don't feel that this book was nearly as well made as the first one. Although I still enjoyed reading it, it was a bit disappointing as a sequel. The first book had a lot more direction and was tighter knit. Nonetheless, this book still has something of Pulley's I absolutely love, paying off every minor detail that was set up in some way, whether it be the guard changing bells, Thaniel's tuberculosis, or the ether. This one even paid off some details from the first book, like Maury getting things to be invented earlier. I also continue to find the Ether/Maury's magic system very fun and fascinating, although he felt oddly confused and underpowered in this one for seemingly no reason other than the plot. Also had some possibly too explicitly mentioned anti-racist social commentary. Overall very enjoyable and I had fun. This one is, yeah, so reading that reminded me, this one's kind of like the opposite of Enola Holmes in terms of Enola Holmes has very like historically accurate racism and sexism in it, right? That isn't really challenged by the story. Natasha Pulley was clearly so obsessed with challenging like racism, sexism, homophobia, etc., that like reading the book, you're kind of like, I can tell this was written by someone in the 21st century, and more specifically the late 2010s, early 2020s, because like the anti-racist message is so explicit and historically inaccurate that it's kind of interesting, or kind of kills your suspension of disbelief. I'm not saying it's a bad thing because obviously like anti-racist messages are good, but like it's not historically accurate, which was interesting. Um I mean, now that I'm in the spoiler portion of this review, the whole point of this book is our guy Thaniel has tuberculosis, and literally everything that happened like in the first book and then in this book, the whole point of it was Maury is like puppeteering everything behind the scenes so that like antibiotics get invented early so that Thaniel doesn't die from tuberculosis, which is a fascinating end goal of the plot. You know, I just thought it was really interesting. And like I said here, like you can read things and you're like, okay, yeah, that's like a thing that happened, not very important, and then later it's like the most important thing ever. Like even the tiniest details of the plot from the first and second books are tied up and have significance. And I think like this book is, I mean, I have the butterflies here. The two books are quite big on the butterfly effect, which makes sense because they're future sight/time travel kind of books. It's so big on the tiniest thing can have a big difference, which I think is a compelling story. All right, let me see. What do I have here? I have a bunch of Japanese origami papers, so I used them. I felt like the cranes were appropriate. Butterflies, duh. I felt like this leaf was appropriate. Like I said, especially at the end, there's a lot of, like, basically everything gets set on fire for multiple reasons. So I went for a very, like, red, orange theme. And that's that. Next book is Vermonia, which is like a manga series. This is the first volume, Quest for the Silver Tiger. Well, let me tell you, I would not recommend this manga. It was in my opinion, boring. I mean, I gave it 3 out of 5 because it had some good things, but I wouldn't read the rest of it. I think my actual review will express what I'm meaning well. I like the art style and the overarching story of the friends coming closer together. The idea is cool and fun, although not unique / interesting enough for me to buy the other books. Some very pretty spreads. The overarching idea is similar to like any sort of 4-part friendship collection story fighting against evil thing, where like there's four kids, and each of the kids is like the reincarnation of one of the 4 elemental like protectors of the queen or something. So they have to unlock their powers one by one, and then in the 5th book presumably they will fight the evil person, right? Like, not a very unique story. The 3 different worlds are also nicely and visually distinct, but the turtle realm is clearly a pseudo Native American world which feels weird and icky. It was incredibly stereotypical. Like, every Native American stereotype you've ever heard of or seen ever is there. The first volume is poorly paced as a story, but this is pretty normal for a manga being serialized, so I guess it's okay. Overall, perfectly serviceable, but nothing exciting. Yeah. And the nothing exciting combined with the, like, stereotypical Native American portrayal from Japan made me not want to read the rest of it, so yeah, there's that. I included a bunch of animals because there's a bunch of animals, and I went for these 4 colours to use up leftover paper, but also because they're like the 4 elements, right? Pretty simple. Next one. This is... I read the first volume of Full Metal Alchemist. I finished it on the 11th of the 8th. I really like Full Metal Alchemist. I've only ever seen Brotherhood, not the original series, and I haven't seen... Oh, I haven't read the manga outside of the first volume, but I do really like the series, the concept, the messages. It's just like great anime, great story, love it. I gave this one 4 out of 5. Again, it's not life-changing. I don't even think the entire anime... no, you know what? I think the first time I watched Brotherhood, it changed my life. I thought it was like the hottest thing in the world, like the best thing ever. I still think it's really good, but not the best thing ever. So would I recommend you read this? Sure. If you don't want to read it, watch the anime. Go for it. Let me read what I wrote. A great introduction to the world, story, and characters of the manga. It has a relatively fast pace, with the brothers facing several enemies in one volume. Also introduces 2 of the 7 sins, teases later arcs, and introduces themes like good versus evil, the morality of human transmutation, family, religious control, militarism, etc. Although I think the anime is more enjoyable than the manga, this is a great manga, and it's unsurprising that it became so popular. No 5 out of 5 because of pacing issues inherent to serialized mangas, but it's pretty close, and FMA definitely has some 5 out of 5 moments. Also, it has a 5 out of 5 magic system. Yeah. One of the things I always found the most compelling about Full Metal Alchemist was the magic system with the transmutations and like the law of like, you can't create extra material. You can only use what you currently have, but you can use it in such creative ways. So I really enjoy that. As far as what I included here, dogs. Everyone knows the dogs in FMA. Sorry to remind you of that. I included these film strips that I have because, I mean, it's set in, like, it's basically like pre-World War II Germany leading up to the start of World War II. So it felt appropriate to have film strips, and also different times of day as they travel throughout the world. I included these like vintage style portraits. These actually came from, it's an Australian magazine called The Big Issue. You can buy it and Like, they basically have impoverished people or homeless people or people who can't find a job elsewhere who sell the magazines, and you can buy them, and the person selling it gets a portion of the profit. These were in an issue that I bought a little while ago, but if you look closely, they're actually footy footy portraits. So this lady and this lady have a football, but I thought they still suited the vibe, and you don't notice it unless you look closely, you know. And then I also included this rock watercolor that my mum did, because in the first volume they spend a lot of time in like these kind of deserty environments, so I thought this was I thought this was appropriate. Right, so this one is The Door in the Dragon's Throat by Frank E. Peretti. I finished it on the 14th of the 8th, so let me tell you. This is one of the 3 books that I gave a 1 out of 5 this year. This is a book that I picked up maybe 10 years ago in like a little bundle that I bought at a festival of like dragon themed books. And I never got around to reading it until this year, and that's probably a good thing because I think that younger me would have been mega confused by this book. This book is like, alright, so basically non-spoiler review. It's Christian fantasy fiction from the 80s. That probably tells you everything you need to know, but it's let's just say it's very Christian, it's very racist, and it is very heavy-handed on the messaging. And it was so bad, like not even just like from a colonialist racist perspective. The book itself was poorly written. It's not even like it was well written Christian fiction. There's a book that I read later which actually came from the same bundle, which is also Christian fantasy, and I gave it a higher rating because it was actually like pretty well written. This book was just poorly written. It was not a good book. It was so poorly written that I felt perfectly happy tearing, like, these are actual pages from the book. I tore passages out of the book and then I put the book in the recycling when I was done. And this is the cover of the book that I cut out. Like, that's, you know, I love books, but I felt perfectly fine destroying this book because it was so poorly written. So with that said, let me tell you about it. Here's what I wrote. Actually, sorry, I will say I was surprised it came from Canada and not the US. So what I wrote, a very odd and bizarre book. The actual story was decent and the writing was pretty good in terms of creating evocative images / descriptions of the world. That's like the only good thing about it. However, the plot was massively disrupted by the super heavy Christian messaging, often so heavy that everything else was left behind. This was amusing for me, but isn't amusing when you think about how the book has probably been used as a tool of indoctrination for children who don't know any better. There were some seriously wacko passages. The book was also very colonialist / orientalist, but that's something to be expected, it being written in 1985. I've picked some standout quotes. Yeah. The book was like... So basically the whole concept of this book, this is a series. I think this was just the first book in the series. The series is about a father and his 2 kids. Where's the mum? I don't know, that's not very Christian. A father and his 2 kids who are like treasure hunters. Actually, I think the mum died. Who are like treasure hunters, and they go around looking for treasures that were mentioned in the Bible. So if the Bible said that X event happened at this point, they go and look for proof of that happening. And with them, they bring their Christian message. This is set in a fictional country that I think is implied to be Like, it's kind of like a mix of every stereotype about South America combined with every stereotype about the Middle East. The people of this land are horrific savages who worship a false pagan god that's actually a demon or something like that, and who have no understanding of the Bible and something not godly, something they're superstitious and unscientific, like they're stupid and all of that. Like it's kind of hard to express how like racist this book was. So there's that. It's also, as you'd probably expect, very heavy on the gender roles. So the father and the son do most of the exploring and they have the guns, etc. And they constantly need to save the daughter who's scared of everything. I mean, she's not actually. Like, as far as characters in the 1980s go, she's probably a pretty strong female character. But it's still in the 80s. And her job is to keep the medicine bag stocked and everything, and she cooks for them, and she basically takes the role of the mum since the mum's now dead or something. But what was like most hilarious about this book is, like I mentioned, the plot just completely took a backseat for preaching like every few pages. And it wasn't subtle. Like, there are subtle Christian stories, or if nothing else, there's like Christian fiction that presents the message of God without being crazy or something. Like, the first thing I think of is Narnia, which is not the most subtle story, but like, the story isn't, as far as I remember at least, sidelined for random preaching about God and Jesus, but it still tells a Christian story and it still provides Christian values and everything, right? This book was just like, I mean, if you're looking at the screen, you've probably already read the select excerpts that I included, which are hilarious. Let me tell you about them. So first of all, the two kids get like kidnapped by this dude, and they find out through asking him questions that he's just scared that the god that he worships is going to kill him if he doesn't kill the kids or something like that. So the son, Jay, says, "Listen, you've just been working for the wrong god. Let us tell you about Jesus." And then, even though they've been kidnapped and their father is searching for them and thinks they might be in mortal danger or something, they all just sit down and the two kids begin to tell this dude, this occultic sorcerer dude, about the power of forgiveness of Jesus and how Jesus died and was resurrected and everything. Which is like, aren't you going to tell your father that you're alive first? No, I guess telling this uneducated occultic sorcerer who sacrifices kids, who lives in this horrific, dusty, Middle Eastern type land about Jesus is more important. Anyway, this one was hilarious because they have a final confrontation with like the human villains, and this guy is like pointing a gun at them, and then I guess he just decides that Jesus is too powerful, so he just leaves. Like, that's what the final confrontation is. And you can see it here as well. There's two like final confrontations. The first is with the demons that live inside the door in the dragon's throat. And the second one is with the human villains, right? And both of those aren't resolved through like intelligence or kindness or anything like that. And they don't have some like epic battle that the book seems to have been building up to. They literally just invoke Jesus and then their enemies disappear. So in this case, this superstitious Orientalist portrayal of some greedy gluttonous man, he just leaves because Jesus. And then in the end, the demons are trying to get out of the door, and the son literally says, I come against you in the name of Jesus, and I command you to get back in there. And then the demons just give up. Like, that's it. The last one is, of course, uh, the father is about to get crushed by a rock. So the son just yells Jesus, and the earth responds, and the father doesn't get crushed. Like, that's it. Like, where's the sense of tension if Jesus just solves everything? It's very strange. Anyway, how I included this, I went for a colour scheme that generally matched the cover of the book, and since I was going to get rid of the book anyway, I thought I may as well use the cover of the book, and then I obviously used these. These were the most amusing passages in my opinion. Right, next one. This is White Tiger by Kylie Chan. This is a series of 9 books and a few novellas that Kylie wrote. Kylie's an Australian author who moved to, like, I think she worked in Hong Kong for a while in the 90s, and she married a Hong Kong national, I believe. Now they live in Queensland, I think. But she wrote this series of books about like Chinese mythology and martial arts. But they're like kind of hilarious because they're like the most obvious Mary Sue self-inserts ever. Like if anyone watching this was like a big fan fiction reader when you were like 10 or whatever, you probably, or even a writer, you probably know about like the fan fictions that have very obvious self-inserts who are also Mary Sue's and the most powerful, important people ever. This is like if one of those got published, but before the current fan fiction being published into real novels thing, or not real novels, but like being professionally published, because this came out in 2006, so this is before that happened, but it was still, like, it's basically fan fiction. I owned I owned the entire series except for book 6. And I thought, look, I'll read them just for the fun of it before I put them in the street library, get rid of them. And I guess I'll see how it goes, because they are like an interesting way to learn more about Chinese mythology, but they're also like absolutely hilarious because the main character is a self-insert Mary Sue. Anyway, I finished this one on the 17th of the 8th. Based on what I've just said, I don't really think I could recommend them, but they're like, if you want like really easy reading that's a mythological romance with a bit of a mystery subplot, then go for it. However, the biggest mystery throughout the book is what is Emma? So the main character is called Emma, and it's revealed at some point that she has like special magical powers, but no one knows what she is, like which type of mythological creature she is. And you might think, oh, well, at the end of the first trilogy, she's going to find out. I think she finds out in like book 8 or book 9, like literally right at the end. And I don't even remember what she is. So if you want to know what she is, like a lot of people kept reading the book to find, like kept reading the series to find that out. But it takes like probably 6 or 7,000 pages for you to find out. So is it really worth it? My answer is no. Just Google it. Anyway, let me read what I wrote. I don't know if this book actually deserves 3 stars or if I was just racing through it because I wanted it to be over. As I thought reading it the first time, the plot is unrealistic and the main character Emma is a Mary Sue self-insert. This time around I had less hatred for the book but still thought it was weird. Mostly I think the characters, especially older ones like Jade and experienced ones like Leo, are inexplicably and insanely dumb and haven't learnt from their past mistakes. Maybe that explains why everyone acts like Emma is so insanely smart, because at least she has the smallest grain of common sense. Only barely, though. Vaguely interesting enough to keep reading, but it's a close call. Yeah, so I think the only reason I kept reading them is because they were easy reading. Like I wrote in that review, all of the characters, and keep in mind that most of these characters are like multi-century or even multi-millennia old, like gods and spirits, are so dumb. Like, they fall for the same tricks that demons create that they've fallen for like 50 times previously. Like, what? And everyone acts like Emma is the most intelligent person to ever exist, and everyone keeps complimenting her on how smart she is and all of that. But she's not particularly smart. Like, some of the things that happen to her, I'm like, really? Like, you should have seen that coming in advance. But I think the reason all the other characters think she's so smart is because they are so dumb in comparison. And I think this is clearly just designed to make Emma seem cooler and more important and more powerful, because it's completely unrealistic. So just keep that in mind because it's incredibly frustrating. As far as what I included these fans because I had some extra paper left over and its background. This book's called White Tiger because it's based in the Chinese mythology with the 4 like cardinal directions with the 4 gods. Didn't really know how to go for a white theme though, so I went for a black theme because the main love interest is the black turtle slash snake hybrid thing. And then I included this. Is this the second half of the Chinese opera printout that I used earlier? So I had it left over. At this point, I ran out of space at the start of the book, so these are the rest of the books that I read this year from August to December. That's about it. Next one is Red Phoenix. This is the second book in the White Tiger series. Let me just get straight into it. A decent continuation of the series, but honestly it doesn't feel like it added anything outside of confirmation that Emma is some kind of snake, and Michael. Michael is an interesting character and fun addition, but underexplored, and the Emma Snake stuff isn't even fully revealed in this book, or the next one. But I suppose it's normal for the middle book to be the weakest of a trilogy. It is still competently, maybe, written, hence 2 out of 5, but this book goes super hard on Emma being a genius and the best, etc., etc. The number of times "you are extraordinary" is repeated is insane, from many different characters. At least the book has some self-awareness with Emma's collecting of gold coins, but it's still annoying, and takes away from the story. She is so worshipped and it's so annoying. So the whole thing with the gold coins is that so many characters tell her that she's extraordinary so many times that she gets sick of it, and she makes a deal with all of these spirits and everything, and gods and all of that, that every single time they say to her, "you are extraordinary," or every time they think it, they need to give her a gold coin, and she starts collecting a huge number of them, which I thought was good because at least she has some self-awareness. Anyway, you can tell I was not massively inspired by this, but I did go for a red theme because it's Red Phoenix. And anything exciting? Oh, this came from a bookmark that I got for free at some festival somewhere. These are some more rock watercolors that my mum did. Everything else is stuff I've talked about already. Next one is Blue Dragon, which is obviously the 3rd book in the series. let me see, I finished on the 3rd of the 9th and I gave it 2 out of 5 stars. Yeah. Let me read what I wrote. The third and final book in the original trilogy. Looking back on the whole trilogy, I think it dragged quite a bit, and the books could each have been, say, 300 pages, not 500 plus. It has all of the same issues as the other two, weirdly heavy anti-discrimination messaging, characters making the same silly mistakes over and over, and Emma being a Mary Sue and the only one with even a hint of common sense. However, this book was a step up from the previous ones because John actually dies in the end after 3 books of somehow holding on. It shouldn't have taken so long. Hopefully now that everyone's worst nightmare has come true, they can do some character development. In other news, the sense of time in the series is odd. Leo not wanting to be disabled / rather dying is weird, especially from an anti-discrimination book, and Simone suddenly gaining power isn't foreshadowed at all. Similarly, Emma gaining control over her snake form and the entire final sequence, including the killing of the king plus Wong plus the escape, was super rushed. Yeah, let me tell you about it. So first of all, these books came out around like 2006 to 2008 is when the first trilogy came out. And similarly to The Watchmaker of Filigree Street, where Natasha Pulley is like going really hard on I wrote this in the 21st century, we shouldn't discriminate against Japanese people, we shouldn't be racist, etc., etc. Kylie Chan is very like I said, the anti-discrimination message is good, but so heavy that it pulls you out of the story, like it kills your suspension of disbelief at points. I think the most obvious one is the bodyguard who looks after Emma, the main character, and Simone, who's like the cute little baby, like cute little child that they all love. He's gay, right? And he has HIV/AIDS. So, like, the amount of times that they're like, it's okay that you have AIDS, it's okay that you're gay, we still love you, you're still worth stuff. Oh, the other thing is he's black as well. So he's having a hard time. Oh, it's okay that you're black, like, we're not racist, all of that. It's very, like I said, on one hand, not being racist is good. On the other hand, it almost reads like she's trying to convince herself so much that she's not racist and homophobic that it starts to sound like actually she maybe is. It's just a bit strange. The other thing is, like I wrote here, at the end, he's basically, the bodyguard, Leo, he's basically made quadriplegic, right? I don't remember what happens to him. But he basically says, like, oh, I don't want to be disabled, I'd rather die. Which is a very strange message to put in a book that's been so heavily anti-discrimination. Like, is it so bad to be disabled that you'd rather die, is what's going on here. It's also very strange that throughout the entire series, he has a crush on the main love interest as well, but he gets sidelined because the main love interest likes the main character. So, like, poor Leo's having a hard time. The ending is super rushed. Like, the whole point of this book is that the main love interest is going to, like, die at some point and be gone for, like, 100 years. But he dies, and then there's, like, 50 pages where all of this other stuff happens. And, like, the Demon King is killed, and, like, the main villain is killed, and, like, X, Y, and Z. But none of it is foreshadowed, and it's super rushed, which makes the dragging of the series even more annoying. Anyway, obviously I went for a blue theme here. I just kind of used whatever blue or turquoise things that I had, because I didn't care that much at this point. These are some, like, fake wax stamps that I got from somewhere, and this comes from, there's like a Chinese calligraphy book that I got secondhand, so I've cut the calligraphy bits out of it. I included this film, not entirely sure why. I think they must do something with cameras in the book. And then this squished version of Van Gogh's Cherry Blossoms came from, I think I bought a scarf with this design on it, and it came with a little printout of what the design is, so I just used it. Alright, next one. This is Earth to Hell. This is the fourth book in Kylie Chen's series. The first one in the second trilogy. It's a trilogy of trilogies. How original. I gave it 2 out of 5 stars, and I finished it on the 14th of the 9th, and I'll just go straight into what I wrote. Pretty standard for this series. I definitely agree with the 1-star reviews that this book was just a laundry list of relatively boring demon fights / events. I understand how people dislike Emma easily controlling everything, but I kind of thought it was fun. What was less fun was the completely non-existent / pointless drama about her snake form and the other interpersonal Northern Heavens conflicts. Yeah, so at this point in the series, the black turtle snake guy has died, and Emma's in control of his entire estate and everything. He's the deity of water and the north, so she's in charge of running the Northern Heavens. Now, on one hand, the fact that a human manages to run everything relatively smoothly, basically right away, is completely ridiculous and unbelievable, but at the same time, like, it's kind of fun to just watch everyone go like, what's going on? Why is there a human here? But it also means that a lot of the denizens of the Northern Heavens start really hating her, which, like, kind of for pointless reasons. It just seems like very forced interpersonal conflict to put her in danger for no reason. Yeah. There were no stakes at all. My biggest issue is that, as with all of these books, the pacing was terrible. Leo was found relatively quickly. Yeah, he went missing. And all of the actual drama, like Rhonda's death, fighting Six, etc., was again in the last, 50 pages. These books are easy to read, but should be about 300 pages each, not 600. And they get longer as they go. Also, why is the tiger and others suddenly weirdly misogynistic and homophobic? It seems very sudden and out of character. Yeah, so the tiger, who's the white tiger, in the first 3 books, he's very, he's kind of like your, crazy, bawdy, sex-obsessed uncle. He has, a bajillion wives and a bajillion sons and daughters. And he's always trying to seduce people, etc. But he's always been, very open. I think he mentioned at some point having, there was a lady that he liked, but she was a lesbian, so he turned himself into a woman, because these deities can, they don't actually have a gender. They can appear however they want. So he turned himself into a woman so that he could seduce her properly, and vice versa with gay men, and all of that. But then in this book, all of a sudden he starts becoming really misogynistic and homophobic, and it's just very strange and out of character, and it's very annoying. Anyway, here's what I have. So I have another little thing from this Chinese calligraphy book, and another bit of rock watercolor by my mum. They spend a decent amount of time in the tiger's palace in heaven, and that's, I get the impression that a lot of it is, very rocky and kind of looks a bit like this picture, so I actually took this picture out of a, home sales magazine. This one came out of a different magazine. These are from the Chinese opera masks, and this is just a Harry Hartog, book paper bag. That's that. Next book. This is Hell to Heaven, which is the next book. This is the one that killed my desire to read any further. I gave it 1 out of 5. I hated it. And then I was like, yeah, look, I've had enough of this. I finished it on the 22nd of the 9th, so let me get right into it. Yet another interesting but bizarre installment in this series, and yet another installment where nothing really happened in the overarching plot. The middle trilogy is seeming especially plot driven, not character driven. Need someone to be mean to Leo? Oh, the tiger's suddenly inexplicably homophobic. Need someone to give guidance? Hi, John, who's basically permanently there, but not always because we still need angst from Emma and Simone. Oh, Emma needs to defeat demons? Convenient item. Oh, she needs to be human? Conveniently, the Demon King shows up to free her, but we need endless/pointless drama, so she's instantly refilled with demon essence for literally no reason. Need needless drama to pad the plot out? Lung is here to be evil for no reason and to instantly and inexplicably turn good in the next book. A bizarre and wacko book that's too long and makes me feel way smarter than I actually am, as usual for Kylie Chan. But this one's also worse than usual. Yeah, it was so convoluted and nothing of any actual importance happened. So at this point, I was like, I'm wasting my time. Let me just stop. As you can tell from what I just said, I was not super inspired to do this spread. I've included some flowers and things here just to make it look nice. This came from the cover of a sketchbook that I got, and I thought, oh, the colours are nice, I guess. There's a rabbit. Why did I put a rabbit? I don't know. And here's another spread from the Chinese opera masks thing. That's it. I could not be bothered. Alright, next one is Front Lines by Michael Grant. This is a trilogy of like alternate historical fiction books or speculative fiction about America's involvement in World War II, but if America decided to also conscript female soldiers. So obviously it's about a group of female soldiers. Obviously, as you'd expect, it has like a relatively heavy feminist message, the horrors of war, etc. This is a young adult book, so if you think you'd be interested in reading about speculative fiction of women and girls being in the army in World War II and all of that, go for it. I gave it 3 out of 5. I think it's like, it has some very obvious historical inaccuracies. Like, they talk like modern teenagers. They don't talk like teenagers or act like teenagers from the 1930s and 40s. But overall, I think it's pretty easy reading and it's a relatively fun book. I finished it on the 2nd of the 10th. Let me read what I wrote. A very different reading experience this time around. Now, rather than just appreciating or following the story, I can also appreciate things like character and historical accuracy. Yeah, I think I first read this like 10 years ago. The way in which the characters tend to speak like modern teenagers... Oh, well, I guess I did read it about 10 years ago. I read it when it came out. The way in which the characters tend to speak like modern teenagers, not like teens from the 1940s, was almost off-putting enough for me to drop the book, but I got used to it. Yeah, it was so anger-inducing from a historical accuracy perspective. The racism, anti-communism, etc. was period accurate, but still annoying, especially since it was mostly excused by the narrative and not disclaimed at the start of the book. But I suppose content warnings for books are kind of a newer thing. Yeah, I think that kids' books that deal with historically accurate racism need to be very carefully done, because like if the characters, like the main characters, are perpetuating historically accurate racism, you need to be very careful that you're not teaching kids to idolize those characters who are racist and therefore to be more racist themselves. So I think it would have been good to have, like, there's so many times, especially like anti-Japanese racism in World War II in America. There's a lot of anti-Japanese racism in this book. And the closest in the entire trilogy that we ever get to it being challenged is the main character feels vaguely uncomfortable about the fact that it's happening. And that's literally it. Like, she doesn't stand up and say, hey, stop being racist to this Japanese American kid who's doing his best. She doesn't stand up for him. she just lets the bullying and racism slide, but I guess she feels slightly uncomfortable about it, so she's clearly a good person. It's very uncomfortable. Apart from the writing slash dialogue and the obvious aspect of women in the war, the book is generally period accurate, seems well researched, and is engaging, if not outstanding. What more can I say? I enjoyed it, but only to a certain extent. And it's, yeah, I don't know. So for this, I had some leftover bits and bobs that I used. There's a lot of like sea battles and things, so I included that, and I included some paper bag because paper bags be used in the 1940s. I also included this sticker from a sticker book because it has Nazis written on it, which is very accurate for this book. And I included this, like, this I have like I bought from like a $2 shop a book of like vintage pictures that include stuff like this, and you'll see several of them later on. And I think a lot of them are really good for the vibe, and like it's really good if you want to do like vintage journaling. But I didn't look at them closely before I bought them because I think that they're AI generated and there's issues you can see with them. Like this one goes to scribble 760, like what? So it makes me a bit uncomfortable when I look at them, but at the same time I bought them, so I'm going to use them. But they are AI generated, which is makes me uncomfortable. All right, next one. Silver Stars is the second one in the trilogy. I'll just get straight into what I wrote. This book somewhat expectedly suffers from being the second in a trilogy. I feel like very little interesting happened. There continues to be wildly inaccurate teenage language combined with weirdly accurate racism. The note about racism at the end of the book was good though. Yeah, he wrote something about like, it, like, I want you to know that even though I wrote the N-word a bajillion times in this book, it's only for the sake of period accuracy and racism is a horrible thing or something like that. This book is basically Rio borderline becoming a Mary Sue, Rainey getting tortured and being unable to show her intelligence, and Frangie being invisible. Ironic considering the racism of the time. So there's like 3 main characters and then a few like side characters. The 3 main characters are like a typical American girl who's the main character, Rio, she's like the borderline Mary Sue. Then there's Rainey, who's Jewish, and she becomes a spy, and obviously the fact that she's Jewish is important for the story considering the Holocaust. And then there's Frangie, who's like a little black girl who becomes a medic, and it's so like ironic to me that the book, like, there's a lot of racism, and the racism towards the black soldiers is criticized, even though the racism towards Japanese people isn't. But the racism towards black soldiers is criticized, yet Frangie's perspective is the least written about. She's basically invisible in basically her own book. Like I said, I feel like it's ironic. Yep. The book feels very plot-driven, not character-driven. As you can see, that's an issue I have with a lot of books. Alright, so, things I included. This is a watercolour that my mum did, duh. I feel like this suits, Rainey spends a lot of time in, like, coastal Italy doing spy things, so I felt like this was appropriate. Paper bags, duh. I went for blue and like this sandy colour because of the coastal Italy section. And then I included these stickers from a sticker book that I got, which thankfully I don't think is AI generated, including these like headlines about World War II and World War I, like the Western Allies and all of that, and Gallipoli. Not accurate to the specific events of this book, but I thought it was close enough. All right, next one is The Outsiders by S.E. Hinton. This is a book that a lot of people have probably had to do for school. It's another book that one of my tutoring students had to do. The whole thing with this book is that it's kind of like a commentary on all of the young boys and girls, but especially boys who got involved in like the pseudo gang scene in the like 1960s in, I think, New York. There were a lot of kids from primarily disadvantaged families who made their own street gangs basically, and they got into conflicts with each other, and they had like homemade weapons and everything, and a bunch of people died, a bunch of people got injured, lots of chaos, lots of crime, etc. So this book's kind of an exploration of the experiences of those boys and how, yes, they did like a lot of horrible things, but at the same time they were also victims of classism and lots of other things. Yep. So if any of that sounded interesting to you, I'd recommend reading it. Even just generally, like I gave it a 4 out of 5 and I finished it on the 19th of the 10th. I gave it a 4 out of 5 because I think it's a book that really, I think it's a book that every young boy should read. Young girls too, but I think it's of most use to young boys to teach them that it's okay to have emotions, to cry, to have like poor mental health, to care about your friends, to not be like to not try and make yourself look tougher than you actually are, all of that. And considering it was written in like the 60s, I think that's a pretty like arguably progressive message to include in a book like this, or a book from the time period. So, would recommend. Alright, let me read what I wrote. Although I didn't enjoy the simplistic prose, which I don't think appropriately showed Ponyboy's intelligence and love for literature, I think the book deserves 4 stars and to be taught in schools. Yeah, the main character's obsessed with reading and writing and things, but he still writes in a very simplistic way, even though he likes more advanced literature. It's a bit strange. It's an interesting and compelling story and has many important themes/morals for youth. These include class struggles/classism, grief/loss, mental health, the failures of the prison system, loyalty, group membership versus individuality, violence, family, friendship, and more. I think it teaches young boys good things about masculinity and mateship, and overall is a pretty solid book. Yep, I thought it was good. I thought it had a nice message. And I think it's a very interesting artifact of its time to criticize how so many of these young kids, especially young boys, were failed by the school system, the justice system, welfare, etc. As far as things I included, this is a business card I got from some business, I don't know which one. This is another section of a business card. This is another section of a map that I got from somewhere. These two both came from a magazine somewhere. These are more birds that came from a calendar we had once. Obviously more film. Next one. This is Purple Hearts. This is the 3rd book in the Frontlines Soldier Girl series. End of the trilogy. I gave it 4 out of 5. I thought it wrapped up the story nicely. Generally would recommend. Let me read what I wrote. I continue to be somewhat baffled by the treatment of Frangie in these books. Although the books are heavy-handed on the anti-racism messaging, she is the only one of the 4 to 5 main girls who retires to an ordinary feminine life, and is the only one other from Janu to be physically maimed for life. Maybe the goal was for this to be a commentary on the poor treatment of black people, but it sure didn't feel like it. As far as the rest of the book goes, I thought it was good. It was generally dramatic and did a good job of expressing the series' moral, that war is a terrible thing that shouldn't be romanticized. It also did a good job of showing character changes/growth, at least enough so that the endings for all of the characters made sense. The ending was abrupt but generally satisfying, especially Rio and Jack finally getting married. I also liked the reveal of Janu being the author after so many hints earlier. Yeah, so the ending of the book is like, I would say pretty satisfying. All of the like 4 to 5 main characters survive, which is like potentially unrealistic. But several of them have like lifelong, like massive scars. I think Frangie loses several of her fingers and toes, and Janu like loses an ear and becomes disfigured, which is like an important plot point because she's been known for her beauty. I think it gives like understandable and generally satisfying endings for each of the characters. Like you can tell where the characters are going before you actually get to the end. The whole thing with Rio and Jack, the whole thing with Rio and Jack is they've been kind of having like a will they won't they the entire time. But Rio was kind of already promised to this boy from her hometown, like literally the boy next door. But he becomes like he basically becomes like sexist and irritated that Rio's a better soldier than he is, and then Jack's like this like cute kind Englishman who isn't sexist. So you kind of expect her to end up with Jack, but she ends up getting like following through and getting married to this other guy anyway. But then at the end of the book, there's several like eulogies to each of the characters after they die that tells you what happens. And the one for Rio says that she eventually divorced this guy and then went to England to get married to Jack, which is nice. And the 5 girls remain friends for the rest of their lives, and like I said, it's got a pretty good, like the whole series has a pretty good message about, war shouldn't be romanticized and is horrific and all of that. As far as things I included the last bits of the watercolor, just like I thought may as well use them for background stuff, more paper bag, more plants and things. Another one of these these AI pictures that I thought suited the vibes as much as AI can. And then I included these stickers. This one's about the Flanders poppy. Not that that's necessarily relevant for this book, but still. And then I really appreciated the fact that the book had this one, which is about the Allies winning victory over Germany. I thought that was very appropriate. They do spend time in Paris in this book, so I included this one. And the sticker book also included this sticker, United States of America, State of Washington, and I was like, when else am I going to use that? So I may as well use it here. Alright, next one is Ruby Red by Kirsten Gear, translated by Anthea Bell, sorry. I finished this on the 22nd of the 10th. I gave it 3 out of 5. This is another series that I've had for quite a while. I think I initially read the series about 10 years ago and I loved it so much. There's a series of like low budget German films which are made for this trilogy, and they are like, they're pretty poor adaptations of the books in my opinion, but they're hilarious to watch. So I'd recommend you do. The first one, Reubenrot, I hope that's how you say it, is, I think you can find it on YouTube for free, and you can find like a 144p version of the third film without subtitles on YouTube as well, so do with that what you will. The whole point of this series, so would I recommend you read this? Sure. With a grain of salt. Read it with a grain of salt, I would definitely recommend. This is a trilogy of young adult, like fantasy romance books. They're written, like the author is German, but they're set in London, and it's about this girl who comes from a family of time travelers, but very specific time travelers. There's like one every generation, and it's passed down through the female line in her family. And there's another family where it's passed down the male line. Oh, I'm sure you can see where this is going. And the main character, Gwen, her cousin, Charlotte, is the next time traveler. So she's been like trained for this her entire life, and then all of a sudden Gwen ends up to be the time traveler. So she has to like struggle to catch up to this world, and there's like a cult, and it's got some mystery elements and all of that. And the time travel system is very interesting because it's kind of sci-fi-ish. Like they have a machine called the chronograph, which is a time machine that's fed with the blood of the time travelers that sends them back in time to a pre-prescribed period for a pre-prescribed amount of time. Like, isn't that such a unique and fascinating idea? So it's light reading, it's a YA romance, it's got time travel. If that sounds interesting, would definitely recommend, but with critical thinking, guys. So, let me read what I wrote. An overall enjoyable book with an interesting concept / magic system. Although it isn't a masterpiece and Gear isn't a genius, hence 3 out of 5 stars, the prose is generally engaging and there are some fun / deeper character moments, like Gwen telling Gideon that he had no friends so he couldn't judge her. I have 3 main issues with the book. First, it would have been nice if Gwen was 18, not 16, to Gideon's 19. Yeah, so the love interest, Gideon, is 19 and she's 16, which is like, could be worse, but why couldn't she be 18? If they wanted to keep like the 3-year age gap, even if she's 18 and he's 21, like I feel like that's a lot better. And second, it would have been nice if they weren't so closely related, although they obviously don't know that yet. The whole thing with them being related is they don't think they're related, and then they find out that she's like his distant cousin because his cousin is her father, even though they didn't know that. So like, because I'd already read the series, I already knew that, so that made me a bit uncomfortable reading. But as with the age thing, it's uncomfortable, but I suppose it could be worse. Maybe my standards are too low. My third and biggest issue is that the story only takes place over 2 days, so Gwen's development, becoming braver, etc., and Gwen and Gideon's relationship development feels way too fast to be healthy or realistic. Yeah, they start dating after like a day. It also would have been nice if the book / series went more in depth on the themes of control in a patriarchal cult, but I understand it's a YA romance, so unlikely to deeply explore themes like that by virtue of genre. Yeah, the whole point of this patriarchal cult is really interesting, but it's just not explored, outside of the fact that Gwen gets annoyed that she can't do what she wants to do. Okay, as far as things I just included some flowers and things here. Cool. I included some stamps because they feel like, you know, nice and old-fashioned. This came from a flyer that I got somewhere and I thought it would suit down the bottom. And then this is another one of those AI images. You can tell this one is AI because even though it manages to get the Roman numerals correct, like, what is this? Can you see that? Like, what is this thing? It has no use, and it's like an amalgamation of random shapes and stuff. It's very strange. Alright, next one. So this is Sapphire Blue, which is the second one in the trilogy. So I finished this one on the 23rd of the 10th. I gave it 3 out of 5 stars. I'll get straight into reading what I wrote. Definitely suffers from being the middle book of a trilogy. Very little happens except for Gwen talking with her grandfather a little bit more, but with no results yet, and the final reveal in the last few pages of the Count's manipulation. But even that wasn't a cliffhanger because right afterwards Gideon confirms to Paul that he truly loves Gwen. Anyway, outside of how useless this book was, it was still entertaining, and although he's sometimes annoying / cringe, Zemirius is overall a good addition. So, the big cliffhanger at the end of the book is that Gwen finds out that the Count, who's like the evil head of the patriarchal cult, told Gideon to seduce her so that he could manipulate her or something. So Gwen obviously runs off in tears because their romance was fake. But in the epilogue, like literally a page later, Gideon runs into another dude, and the dude asks, like, oh, do you truly love Gwen? And he's like, yes, I do. And the dude knows that he's not lying. So, like, where was the suspense? It got erased right away. Zemirius is like a gargoyle demon, and he's the comic relief of the series, and he's occasionally annoying, but like overall, I'd say he was a good addition, like I wrote. Alright, as far as things I included, obviously we got a romance subplot. Zemirius is described a little bit like a cat, so I included this cat washi tape. I included more stamps. Another one of these pictures. This one looks pretty normal. And I included some film because it's a historical novel, you know? Alright, next one is Emerald Green. This is the third one in the trilogy. I finished it on the 26th of the 10th and gave it 3 out of 5 stars. I will just read what I wrote. I don't think I can give it 4 stars because it wasn't brilliantly written, and the plot twist of Mr. Whitman being the Count wasn't foreshadowed well or anything at all, but it feels like it should almost be 4 stars because it wraps everything up pretty nicely in ways that mostly make sense. I enjoyed Darth Vader being eaten, James getting to live, Leslie and Raphael, Paul and Lucy getting to see their daughter and presumably meeting her more throughout her life, Dr. White being good, the relational issues being semi-resolved, the mysteries being solved, and the epic reveal of Mr. Bernard being Gwen's probable nephew. Also nice for both Gwen and Gideon to be immortal together. Some good character moments, some contrived events, some plot-driven things, and so on. Typical for YA romance, but overall is enjoyable and a nicely dramatic and satisfying ending. Yep, I don't have much else to say about that. As far as things I included, I got some sticker books that now I think they have a lot of normal pictures, like just actual art from artists, but they also have some like AI pictures, I think, so I feel like these might be AI generated, which is another thing that I should have checked. Like, it's so annoying that you can't get journaling stuff anywhere without it having a risk of being AI generated now. Obviously went for a green theme, and I included these, Butterfly Effect, it's a time travel book, guys. And I included this fan and these 2 outfits because it's historical, of course. Right, next one is A Confusion of Princes by Garth Nix. This is the second Garth Nix book that I read this year, but it's actually the first one that I read overall. I think I read this about 10 years ago, and I remembered really enjoying it, and I wanted to read it again this year. Or just read it again in general. So I finished it on the 27th of the 10th, and I gave it 4 out of 5 stars. This is one that, looking back, I'm like, should I have given this 5 stars? Like, I wouldn't say it was life-changing, but it was pretty close. So I definitely recommend it. The whole thing with this book is it's a sci-fi book about when humanity has like well and truly conquered the universe, and the entire space empire is run by an emperor who has a bajillion princes, and the princes are all vying to become the next emperor, basically. And they're trying to kill each other because they all want to be the next emperor. And they have all of these superpowers. They've been like they're basically cyborgs. They've been technologically improved, and they what's the word for it? Oh yeah, they all keep getting cloned. So even if they die, as long as the current emperor deems them worthy, they will be reborn. So like I think the back of the book says like, let me tell you about my 5 deaths or something like that. Anyway, so like Garth Nix comes up with really interesting ideas. I would definitely recommend this if you're into sci-fi. It also has a lot of themes about like what it means to be human and stuff like that. So if you're interested in that, go for it. It is like a YA novel, so it's not like it's super heavy reading or anything like that, but it is fun. Alright, let me read what I wrote. As with Garth Nix's other works, surprisingly interesting both in concept and theme, it has an interesting message about the nature of family and about what makes us human. I felt like some of the jumps Kamiri made in becoming a better person were too sudden/unmotivated, but I suppose that overall it still makes sense, especially if there was something innately unique about him that made him semi-immune to the Imperial Mind's psychological conditioning. The ending with Rain and Atalin was satisfying and cathartic, if a bit sudden and idealistic. Yeah, the ending seems slightly unrealistic, like too hopeful, but it was still satisfying and like heroic and all of that. Before this year, I had no clue that Garth Nix was Australian, so you may not have heard of him if you're not from Australia, but I recommend you check out his stuff. So what I included here, blue and black is like the main color scheme, I guess, of the book, and there's a bit of turquoise. I included green and some of the Chinese calligraphy stuff because there's a motif of the main character going into like artificial bamboo groves to meet the people who will guide him on his journey. And obviously I included a bunch of space related things from a sticker book that I have. That's about it. Next is The Candlestone. This is the second book in that bundle of books that I got about 10 years ago that turned out to actually be Christian fiction. And I hadn't read it until this year, so I had no clue. Thankfully, this one actually has dragons, unlike The Door in the Dragon's Throat, and this one is significantly better written than The Door in the Dragon's Throat. The Christian message is still very strong, very explicit, a bit heavy-handed, takes you, kills your suspension of disbelief a bit, but it is significantly less so than The Door in the Dragon's Throat, and it's it is a significantly more interesting story with a more interesting plot. It is better written, and it's less heavy-handed. So if you were to pick up one of the two, I would 1000% recommend this one more. If you think you'd be interested in reading a children's Christian fantasy series with dragons, I'd say go for it. This is probably a pretty good version of what that is. However, I did give it 2 out of 5 stars because I still thought it wasn't a brilliant book. It was just far better than The Door in the Dragon's Throat. Alright, let me get straight into what I wrote. Similarly to The Door in the Dragon's Throat, I didn't realise it was Christian fantasy. Thankfully, it was 1, far less explicit, 2, far better written, and 3, not nearly as racist as The Door in the Dragon's Throat. Even though it was sometimes so on the nose that I wanted to stop reading, it was overall engaging and decently written. When the knights showed up, it got far better. Okay, so towards the end of the book, the whole thing with this book is that it's Arthurian as well, the Arthurian myths. They have Excalibur and stuff, and they come upon the knights of the Round Table who have been basically frozen in time. And the knights are the best thing about the story. The knights took it from a 2 out of 5 to a 5 out of 5. They were so fun. They were funny. They were just a great addition, and I loved once they showed up. I like the fact that it's Christian with dragons and that Bonnie's dragon wings are compared to angel wings. Some plot contrivances, like Dr. Connor becoming good, gave it 2 stars because it deserves to be above The Door in the Dragon's Throat. Yeah. As a matter of interest, this is also the second book in the series, so, yeah. I never read the first book, and I decided not to because it's actually, surprisingly expensive on Kindle, and I wasn't going to get a physical copy, so I just read the second book and called it a day. As far as things I included, this was another page where I just kind of included leftover bits and bobs that I had because I didn't care about it as much. So there's a bit of leftover watercolour, another one of these flowers from the Lassie container, some bits like scraps of paper. I also included a bunch of dragon stickers, including another one that I got from the bookshop in the Blue Mountains. And this is a postcard from a series of postcards that I picked up at a $2 bookshop of San Francisco, like different areas of San Francisco. And I thought this one was like appropriate for the story, so I used it. Next book. Okay, next is Shadow's Edge. This is the second book in the trilogy after The Way of Shadows. It took this long to read because I was reading physical books over Kindle books, and I got this on Kindle. So I was just reading it like bit by bit whenever I went to concerts and things like that. So I finished this one on the 10th of the 11th. I gave it 4 out of 5 stars like the first book. If you can remember back to when I was talking about the first book like 2 hours ago, it's like it has a lot of the same like advantages and disadvantages that the first book has. So it still has like some interesting messages about the nature of like justice, humanity, mercy, like what it means to be a good person, that kind of thing. And it's still a book that really subverts the idea of a fantasy assassin YA book, right? On the downside, it does still have like some questionable representation of female characters, stuff like that. It has the very classic stereotype of, oh, hot female assassin who kills people by seducing them and then she stabs them. But like actually she's traumatized kind of thing. But I still enjoyed it. I'd still recommend the series. Let me read what I wrote. An interesting and engaging continuation of the first book, it felt like there were many more plot contrivances than the previous book. That said, it was very successful in terms of not falling into the common issue of the middle book of a trilogy being boring and not going anywhere, which you've probably noticed is an issue I had with many of the trilogies I read this year. The fact that the big bad of the series, the God King, dies in this book, although potentially in an anticlimactic way, made it feel like the book actually went somewhere and achieved something. Apparently the third book is about the political aftermath of this, which sounds interesting and promising. I continue to enjoy this series, which, while outwardly seeming like typical edgy assassin fantasy, tackles morality in more depth, especially through Kyler's tragically doomed attempts to give up his wet boy status. Yeah, so the whole thing with this book is that he's trying not to be an assassin because the girl that he likes wants him to give it up, but no matter how hard he tries, the simple fact that he's so powerful and so infamous means that basically people keep coming after him and like asking him to save the world and all of that and trying to kill him and things. So he's kind of forced back into it. As far as things I included another one of these English landscapes. This is apparently Ship in Porlock. I'll take your word for it. I included this one because they attempt to go to a different town and have like a little like herb shop basically, so I thought this was cute. I included a lot of plant things because of the herb shop and because he uses a lot of herbs in like his poisons and stuff, and there's also a lot of journeying through the wilderness and all of that. Anything interesting here? I think the only thing is this came from an art exhibit flyer. Next is A Secret History of Witches by Louisa Morgan. I finished this on the 17th of the 11th and I gave it 3 out of 5 stars. For a non-spoiler review of this, I would say if you're into like witch stories like I am, then it's definitely give it a read. It's about like intergenerational trauma again, and intergenerational like knowledge and experiences being passed down. It's a very unique book in that it doesn't actually follow a single person. It follows a family. So I think, if I remember correctly, it's split into 5 parts. And each part is a single character and it goes from mother to daughter, mother to daughter. So like once a kid is born, it switches to that kid's perspective, right? So it covers like 300 years of history or something like that. A lot of people who read this book said that, like, if you look at the Goodreads reviews and stuff, a lot of people say that they don't like how it, like, speeds through each person's life, and they don't like how each, like, there's quite a bit of repetition between each of the five characters who are explored. I personally didn't mind that because I think it showed how, you know, in the case of this book, they can try to not be like their parents, but they might still end up being like their parents. So if you find that interesting, go for it. All right, let me read what I wrote. A very unique and interesting book. It was very odd in that I thought it was boring because the actual events that happened were often mundane, at least in the first half. But despite that, I consumed huge amounts of it in every sitting. Perhaps this just shows my interest in the mundane aspects of being a witch, etc. Or maybe the book has a spell placed on it too. It became far less mundane towards the end of the book, and I think the culmination of the story in Morwen choosing to not use her powers, and then Veronica finding true love and comradeship, and using her powers for good was satisfying. It wasn't brilliant, but it was a generally engaging and satisfying book. So, as far as things I included this page from the England booklet. It says Towan, but I can't read what the rest of it is. This is the other half, like the other side of this page, which I thought was good. Like, this reminds me, or this is what I was envisioning when in the first 2 or 3 books they live in this tiny little house next to the sea with all these cliffs and things. And this reminded me of later on when they move towards the city. And then this was the caption for this picture. So I thought, look, that suits. I also included a whole bunch of like mushrooms and plants and things because that seems witchy, and like a grimoire and like another grimoire. And I guess I thought this was suitable. And a cat. Each of the 5 characters has a familiar, and one of them is a cat. Yeah. So I think there's 1 cat, 2 horses, a fox, and then I don't know what the last one is. A dog? I think it's a dog. And then obviously I included some potions because there's a bajillion potions in this book. All right, next one. I read Cells at Work Volume 1. I finished it on the 21st of the 11th and I gave it 3 out of 5 stars. This is the TLDR of my review as well. If you like cute, fun anime or manga, especially if you're into biology and anatomy, this is a great read. It's actually like very educational. However, I don't recommend you read the manga. I recommend you watch the anime because I think the anime is a better, like, I think this kind of story is better told through an audio-visual medium than just a manga. So that's my recommendation. Now I'll read what I wrote. An interesting and enjoyable concept. I love how it was engaging, educational, and interesting, and included fun things like vacuoles and cells eating viruses. It was especially fun to read having studied biology. Yeah, I did biology in high school. I also really liked how the body systems were Japaneseified with very Japanese architecture and social systems. However, it didn't really feel like a story, just a series of disconnected events in the body. Maybe that's because it was just the first volume. I feel like this series would be far more enjoyable as an anime rather than a manga. Yeah, so I haven't seen the whole anime, so I don't know if this is the case, but it feels like it's not so much an overarching narrative or story as just a series of like vignettes of things that happen in the body with the cells being personified, which is not inherently a bad thing, but it makes it feel more like an episodic science show for kids as opposed to like a story anime, if that makes sense. That said, though, it's really good at what it does. Alright, so things I included here. I included this because the characters drink tea at some point. I included this one because the platelets have to carry and transfer a whole bunch of things. I mean, so do all of the cells, but like the platelets are the ones that it reminds me of. And then I included, this is another watercolor my mum did. It's red and it's a tree, and I think it's the dendrites. I can't remember. There's cells that look like a tree or live in a tree or something. I included these like marble things because they remind me a bit of some slides you can get in biology. And then characters write notes at points and have like instructions and things. So I included this. This is just the front of a pack that I bought with a whole bunch of pens in it, actually. These pens that I use all the time. So the pack that these pens came in had this writing on the front, so I used that. Then I used some of these, like, they're like cute little Japanese stickers that I thought suited the main character's vibes. And I also used these like circular stickers and I coloured some of them red, so they're white and red blood cells who are like the two main characters, a red blood cell and a white blood cell. And then obviously there's a skeleton because it's biology. Alright, next one. This was 6 Crimson Cranes by Elizabeth Lim. I finished it on the 24th of the 11th. I gave it 3 out of 5. This is, for a non-spoiler review, this is one of the like bajillion books in the massive boom that the US has had in the past few years of Asian American authors rewriting Asian fairy tales or fairy tales in general in like YA romances, which some people have criticized because they're like, well, it's not an accurate portrayal of the Asian culture that it comes from, and like X, Y, and Z, and they're like poorly written, and they're trashy YA romances, and they blend Asian cultures like they're a monolith and stuff like that, which on one hand is like kind of true. Like a lot of them are pretty mediocre in their writing, and a lot of them have like really contrived plots and things like that. And a lot of them do treat all Asian cultures like a monolith and everything. But at the same time, these are a whole bunch of Asian American authors who are reconnecting with their culture and who are already underrepresented in publishing. Like, is it really that dramatic if they misrepresent their own culture when the representation that they provide is still so important? This is kind of like the same thing with every form of representation, that it starts off being bad and then it becomes stereotypical but present, and then it slowly becomes better over time. We're at the point where, like, I don't think we can really, I don't know why I'm saying we. I don't think people can really afford to be super picky about the quality of their, like, Asian literature representation, right? Because there's so little of it to begin with right now. In a few years, there will be enough that I think we can be more picky, but right now, I personally, at least, as a white Australian, by the way, not an Asian American, I personally just think it's good that there's more representation and that these books are making more people interested in learning more about different cultures and different cultures' folklore and things. That said, though, obviously you do need to consume all of these books with a critical lens. Duh. So would I recommend this book? Yeah, sure. It is a duology, I think, which I was disappointed to hear because I really wanted to read just like a cute, fun standalone story. And then, like, major plot points were not resolved in this book. And apparently, the second book's kind of trash. So, be prepared for that if you choose to read it. Alright, let me read what I wrote. Another Asian mythology vague retelling, romance fantasy, not quite romantasy book. Although I agree with the reviewers who say that these books often have plot holes, annoying characters, weird plot twists, and mix and match Asian, especially East Asian cultures like they're a monolith, I also think it's important and good that most are written by and thus promote Asian authors, and I still find the worlds and stories interesting. Overall, I enjoyed this book, probably shown through my finishing it in 3 days, and I enjoyed seeing Shiori grow as a person. However, I do think Shiori could have grown more. I didn't like how the book is a duology, not a standalone, and I thought Shiori's realization that Raikama is good was weirdly sudden and unmotivated, and took me out of the story. I've heard bad things about the sequel, so may not read it. Elizabeth Lim seems to write lots of books like this, so maybe if I'm bored. Yeah. Like, I think if I'm bored and run out of books to read, which is unlikely, I will read more of Elizabeth Lim's work, because I do like fairy tale retellings. What was I going to say? Yeah, a lot of these types of books are very plot driven, not character driven, which is something I really hate. So I didn't particularly like it in this one either, obviously. Obviously, I had to include some cranes and red cranes, moreover. I included a bunch of these Chinese bamboo calligraphies because it is like an Asian story, and I think there's a bamboo grove somewhere. I felt like it suited, hence the green as well. There's a lot of time spent in the bush. Well, not the bush, it's not Australian, the like forests and things. I included a bunch of snakes because Raikama, who's like the eventual good guy, but seemingly the villain for most of the story, is associated with snakes. The main character Shiori has to like weave this like special material, so I included these like fibers because that reminded me of them. And Raikama has like what is it, a dragon pearl that she uses, but it's like a broken dragon pearl. So I thought this reminded me of what that would look like. And then I included this because I had it, and I feel like it represents like the idea of a mask and stuff. Next book is The Girl of Ink and Stars. I finished this on the 30th of the 11th and gave it 3 out of 5 stars. My non-spoiler review is this is a like children's book about a girl whose father is a map maker and her friend goes missing / gets kidnapped / is a mystery book. This is in like a South American inspired country and they have to go find her. And it's got like themes about colonialism and things like that. Bravery, friendship, sacrifice, all of that. So if you think that sounds interesting, go for it. Let me read what I wrote. Interesting concept explored in a nice, relatively short and complete story. Probably because of the map elements and Mexican inspirations, it made me think of Kato. So Kato's a video game that I'll discuss in my video game review. The overall story was nice and engaging, especially the mystery of where Lupe went. However, possibly because it was a middle grade book and a short book, it lacked proper depth and substance, and the finale felt rushed. Regardless, it does provide an introduction to various interesting themes, especially colonial greed, and is a nice story of friendship, bravery, and determination. I can't decide if I like Adori and Lupe's sacrifices or not. Yeah, they felt contrived. I also hated how lazy the naming of the lands was. So the different continents in this were called Europa, Afrique, Chile and America. Like, okay, can you get much more obvious? But overall, a good read is what I wrote. As far as things I included, I've got oh, well, this is some more watercolor that my mum did, but I've got a switch up for you. This is a watercolor that I did. Wow. I had some, like, plants and things left over. These are mostly just leftover bits of paper, but I included, like, these two patterned pieces of paper. I felt like they look like the kind of stylized thing that you'd see on maps to represent, like, a forest and a desert. I included some stickers with, like, this is a globe, and then a ship, and, like, a compass, because it's about maps. And I had this castle thing, which came from a magazine that I included. Right, next book is Goodwood by Holly Throsby. I finished this on the 6th of December, and I gave it 3 out of 5 stars. If you are interested in reading something incredibly Australian, I would recommend this book. This is, like, possibly the most Australian book that I've read in my life. Like, if you want to understand what it feels like to live in a small Australian rural or semi-rural town, this is, like, not necessarily the book that you should read, but it's definitely one of them. You know, all of the references to Australian culture and, like, everything is just insane. Very relatable. Like I said, if you want to know what it's like to live in a small Australian town, I would recommend this book. This is like a murder mystery book, small town murder mystery. So if you're into that, I'd recommend. Yeah, let me read what I wrote. I think this book really captured the vibes of a small rural town in Australia and had lots of fun references to Australian culture which may not be as recognisable to someone who isn't Australian. It was also a decently engaging book with a series of revelations over time. The ending was somewhat satisfying, although I would have liked to have heard more about Rosie's accident, but was rushed. It could drag a bit at other times. There were a few odd things which weren't fully wrapped up, such as Ethan working for Kevin in secret, the mum's heart issues, Jean's love triangle. Yeah, so there's this kid called Ethan who works for this farmer called Kevin in secret, and I guess it's, like, kind of implied that there's, like, a pedophilic relationship or something, but it was never resolved. And the mum starts to have heart issues, but that's never resolved either. And like I said, the love triangle isn't resolved either. And the synopsis teases some huge secret of Jean's, who's the main character, presumably her lesbian relationship. It was never followed through on, which was strange. Yeah, if you read the, like, blurb or synopsis of the book, it's like, oh, Goodwood has many secrets, and, like, the whole point is that 2 people go missing and they need to figure out what happened to them. But while those 2 people have gone missing, 16-year-old, or I don't know how old she is, 16, 14, something, 16-year-old Jean has, like, her own big secrets to keep, but she never actually really has any big secrets to keep, and she's never worried about, like, oh my goodness, someone's gonna find out about my secret. Like I wrote in this review, the closest it gets is she kisses a girl, like, once, and I think they might have sex. But, like, that's it. And she's never like, oh my goodness, I need to keep it a secret that I kissed this girl. She just kind of forgets that it happened. Which is, like, what was the point? Anyway. So as far as things I included, all of the Australian natives. Thankfully, I have a lot of Australian native stuff in my shelf, because everything's Australian around here. So I included some, like, stickers I have. I included these because they remind me of the bush and also water and people. There's a dude who drowns in a lake. This is the Australian Natives tissue box. These are from a Banksia pod that I was that I bought at some point that you can use as like a essential oil diffuser, and obviously that had Australian natives on it. And this is a picture, like a watercolour by my mum that has Australian natives. Wow, what a shocker. Next book is The Boleyn Inheritance by Philippa Gregory. I finished it on the 19th of the 12th and I gave it 4 out of 5 stars. If anyone here likes reading, likes historical books, they've probably heard of Philippa Gregory. She's one of the most well-known historical fiction authors, especially to do with the Tudor period in England. I'm a massive fan of Tudor history, like I'm really interested in it. So, of course, I was going to be interested in and like Philippa Gregory, but I haven't really read any of her stuff for about 7, 8 years. This is arguably the follow-up to her most well-known book. Her most well-known book is The Other Boleyn Girl, which I actually haven't read yet, but I will probably read it next year. And this is the follow-up. If you like historical fiction and you like Tudor fiction, especially if you've read Philippa Gregory's stuff previously, I would recommend it. If you don't like historical fiction, don't. That's it. I do think that Philippa Gregory, as with a lot of historical fiction authors who are mostly women, or at least all the ones that I know are women, does have like a more feminist take on a lot of these historical events, which makes sense, that's natural. Let me read what I wrote. Overall, a decent historical fiction novel, I really enjoyed having a different look at the lives of Catherine Howard and Anne of Cleves, and I enjoyed reading their chapters. I found the probably accurate portrayal of Catherine Howard as a naive and romantic child, harmless and only assuming the best of people, particularly engaging and powerful. The only downside was the odd perspective of Jane Boleyn, who soured much of the book. She was absolutely horrible, and although it felt like the book was condemning her actions, they were also weirdly justified by her being in an abusive relationship with the Duke. Thankfully, the author's note, which I always like reading in books like these, clears this up with Gregory's belief that she was mad. This book wonderfully captured the nature of a court with a mad king where everyone is only looking out for themselves. Yeah. So, a lot of these historical fiction books have an author's note at the end where the author talks about like all of the like creative licenses that they took with what was happening. One that really has stuck out to me is Alison Weir's series of 6 books about the 6 wives of Henry VIII. At the end of each, she includes like a little author's note. And for Anne of Cleves, she wrote that from the research that she's done, it seems like Anne of Cleves could well have died of breast cancer. So that's what she wrote about, but that it's not like historical fact that it was like that. So things like that I really enjoy. In this case, for this book, Philippa Gregory wrote that she did indeed believe that Jane Boleyn was like actually mad, and did a lot of like mean and bizarre self-serving things. Yeah. So like I said, so this book is the follow-up to The Other Boleyn Girl, arguably. The Boleyn inheritance in this book is actually just the fact that Anne Boleyn died, and now the whole court of Henry VIII knows that he will behead more wives and more people in general if he desires to. So like the shadow of Anne Boleyn's death hangs over everything that happens in the book, which is a really good sense of tension. It has a very human perspective of Anne of Cleves and Catherine Howard. I've previously read books about them by Alison Weir, but obviously Philippa Gregory is a different author and has different interpretations of these characters. Or characters, they're real people. Different characterizations of these real people. Like I wrote in my review, in Alison Weir's books, Catherine Howard is portrayed as like a silly child, but she still has like a lot of her own intelligence and scheming and things like that. In this book, she is portrayed as, first of all, I think she's de-aged a little bit from what is historically accurate. Like, this book kind of implies that she dies when she's like 15 or 16 as opposed to 18 or 19, but we don't really know how old she was. But like, it really portrays her as just a silly child who's just trying to have fun and had literally no, like, she was innocently killed, that kind of thing. And she was manipulated by the adults around her and she wasn't protected and all of that, which was really, like I said, powerful. Anyway, as far as things I included some animals and plants. I had these stamps, which I haven't been super impressed with, but I decided to use them anyway. Here's another watercolor I did. I think this is Windsor Palace. And I included some roses, you know, Tudor roses. And some stamps. Like, not stamps, sorry, seals, like wax seals. Next book. Okay, we now are reaching the end of both the journal and of Goodnight Punpun. So at this point, I read Goodnight Punpun volume 6 and 7. This one's volume 6. I finished it on the 20th of the 12th. I gave it 4 out of 5 stars. I already talked about Goodnight Punpun earlier, and I really recommend the series, so I'll just get straight into what I wrote. I think this volume really nicely escalated the conflict of the story in an understandable and logical way. It makes sense that, with his past trauma, experiences, and slow descent into self-hatred and borderline insanity, combined with his decade-long obsession with Aiko, Punpun would snap to protect her and then completely lose it. Even as a self-contained standalone book, or volume, this would be great. It has a great sense of tension and dread, which builds from the opening and ends on an ominous tone with the cult being blown up. Although it was more tell than show, I think it was an interesting and engaging exploration of Punpun's mental state. And tell don't show is often more realistic anyway. Yeah, so the whole thing with this book is that Punpun and Aiko go off to live together, but Aiko's mum's like actually crazy and Punpun, like, Aiko's mum attacks her, so Punpun kills her. And then Aiko and Punpun go on the run because, you know, they just murdered someone. It's very much like the beginning of the end kind of thing, with like everything starting to descend into insanity and violence and all of that. But I thought it made sense and it was appropriate and powerful and all of that. And this is where the cult starts going crazy and they blow themselves up. As far as things I included, all of this stuff is from the box that a candle that I got came in. I included it because it looks a bit like very abstract wilderness, and Punpun and Aiko spend a bit of time in like the Japanese wilderness. It also includes these like red sections, which I thought was good because I wanted to include black and red. Red because there was murder in this book, and black because this is when Punpun just completely goes off the rails. I wanted to include this marble, like this black marble one, especially because I think it represents how dark and fractured his mind has become. I included some stamps and books and things because they did a bunch of traveling and saw nature and looked at like little postcards and things. I also included these 3 parts of that Japanese wrapping paper that had tea in them because the cult drink like tea or coffee or something before they blow themselves up. Anything else? No, I think that's it. Next one is Goodnight Punpun Volume 7. It's the end of the series. I finished it on the 21st of the 12th and I gave it 4 stars. I will just get into reading what I wrote. Oh my goodness. A logical and interesting conclusion to the series. I appreciate how it tied up all of the loose ends without being an uncharacteristically happy/hopeful end to the series. I appreciated that both Seki and Shimizu survived and ended up on better paths, and I found it fitting, although sad, that Aiko, who wanted to live, died, and Punpun, who wanted to die, was forced to live. I also liked the cyclical nature of the story and references to the first volume, of course, and the hints of Punpun's potential involvement in his own manga. As a completed product, I think the series is an interesting exploration of mental health, child abuse, and human nature, and is a great character study. It seems like the kind of thing you would read 1,000 times and learn something new or gain new insight every single time. Yeah, I feel like it's just, it's the kind of series that gets deeper every single time, and every single time you read it, you might notice new symbolism or something like that. So I really enjoyed the overall series. Would definitely recommend it if you think you can handle like the darker themes and everything. Yeah. Let me talk about what I included here. It is Punpun, of course, so I have to include birds, especially blackbirds, because this is like the emotionally darkest part of the series, and he does turn into like the black bull version of himself, which is like his darkest form. I included some more of the like black marble stuff, along with some brighter colours, because there's like a little bit of hope at the end. Not a lot, but a little bit. I included some of the last bits of this wrapping paper, just like extra background stuff, but I did feel that like the Statue of Liberty was interesting because it's kind of like no matter how hard he tries, he can't have freedom from his own mind. I included some little stickers to represent Aiko, and then like some letters, I guess, and this Be Brave sticker. Even though I don't think being brave would have helped Punpun, because I feel like he did his best to be brave anyway. Alright, now for the last book. This was The Mysterious Benedict Society. It's the first book in like a children's book series by Trenton Lee Stewart. I finished it on the 24th of the 12th and I gave it 3 out of 5 stars. For a non-spoiler review, this is a like mystery series, and it's similar in like tone, I guess, to like Percy Jackson. I mean, Rick Riordan's review of the book was put on the back cover with the blurb, so they obviously want to associate it with like Percy Jackson, Harry Potter, that kind of thing. It's, like I said, it's like a children's book series, but it's a pretty sophisticated children's book series. I definitely enjoyed it. Would I read more? Realistically, no. But, if I had nothing else to read, I'd definitely go for it. Like, it's engaging and everything. So yeah, if that sounds good to you, read it. Let me read what I wrote. An enjoyable book with a nice message about the importance of friendship, intelligence, hard work, and bravery, family, etc. It was generally engaging and exciting with the Percy Jackson style story, but it did take a while to gear up and had moments that seemed contrived. I don't think I liked Constance being 2 and having such a large age gap with the others, like surely she could have been at least 6. I was worried that this would be only half a story because it is part of a series, but it tied most things up and had a nice, satisfying, if overly idealistic, ending. My biggest issue, as with most child/young adult books, is the lack of a deeper discussion of various themes, like the child abuse, but this book got closer than most with things like The Whisperer. I also liked how it included a mini Morse code mystery at the end, and it's a shame that the mystery was missing from the show. Yeah, so on the back of the book, so the Mysterious Benedict Society is named after the fact that the guy, like the kindly professor who puts together like the team, who's the teacher for the team, his name's Mr. Benedict, and you never find out his name in the book, but there is Morse code on the back of the book that you, the audience, can translate to find out what his actual name is. Now, this series has a TV show that was made by Disney. If you're in Australia or have a VPN, you can watch it for free on ABC iView. And I watched the first episode and a half of the series, and it seems fun. Like, if you're looking for some fun, relatively light watching, family friendly, then definitely go for it. However, I do think that it was a poor adaptation of the book. Not in terms of content, like it actually adapted the book pretty faithfully, but this, you know how I said that Cells at Work is the kind of thing that I think needs to be in video format, like it's better in video format. This is the kind of thing that I think is better in book format. I don't think it translates well to the screen. The main reason for that is such a big part of the story is the main character, Rainy's, thoughts and thought processes, and they don't manage to capture that well in the show. Even if they did capture it better, I don't think it would be as good as in the book. And because they don't capture it very well and still need to convey the same information, they end up revealing things a lot sooner than they need to, and it doesn't have the same tension and sense of mystery that the book does. An example of that, for literally no reason, is Mr. Benedict's name. In the actual book, it's not revealed, and you have to solve the Morse code to figure out what it is. But in the first episode of the show, he literally is introduced with his first name. So there's no mystery to it at all. Anyway, fun fact, you can watch the show if you want. As for what I included, I had some of this, Japanese origami paper left over. There's a point where one of the main characters jumps into the sea, so I included this to represent that. Different times of day are quite important to it. Obviously, the main character likes reading and everything. And Mr. Benedict has a big library, so this is the last piece of the thank you note I got from this illustrator that I used here. I also included the last of these faces because the main villain is Mr. Benedict's twin brother who was separated from him at birth. So I felt like the abstract faces represented that well. This is from a bag from Hague's, which is a chocolate shop. I don't know if it exists outside of Australia, but I thought this suited the idea of a mysterious school well. And then this is another San Francisco postcard. But why I used it is because it has this island with a building on it, and the school that they go to is on an island. And that's about that. So that is the last book that I read this year. Now let's talk about some stats. Like I said at the start of this video, 5 hours ago, my goal for reading this year was 24 books. In the end, I read 75. 69 of them were physical books, and I read 6 on Kindle. 57 were regular prose books, and then 18 were graphic novels or comics or manga, that kind of thing. There were 10 books that I didn't mention in this journal that I DNF'd and or just straight up got rid of. Some of them, I started reading and I DNF'd. There was one that, the first 5 pages were just chock-a-block full of sexual assault, and I didn't appreciate that, so I stopped reading it. And there was another one where the first 5 pages or whatever were chock-a-block full of sex. Thankfully, consensual sex, but I didn't really want to read about that, so I stopped reading that book as well. And then there were several books that I got rid of that I had bought from $2 shops 10 years ago that I thought I'd be interested in, and then now that I've developed my reading taste more, I don't actually think I'd be interested in, so I just put them in the street library. As far as the books I did read, I made a mistake here. I stuffed up. I should have put this down here. The books I did read, there were 17 that were non-English language originally, so they were translated. However, I have a note here. I'm not entirely sure if the Vermonia manga was originally written in English or Japanese, and I don't know if Laszlo Sabo's Fencing and the Master was originally written in English or not, so I'm not sure about those two. But I read 58 that were originally written in English. I kept 25 books, which is more than I thought. 6 were Kindle books, so it's not like I can really get rid of them anyway. And 5 were tutoring books. The majority of the remainder were graphic novels because I'm trying to keep more graphic novels and just keep, like, graphic novels are the kinds of things that I don't think I'd want to read on Kindle, whereas prose novels I'm happy to read on Kindle, so I'm trying to get rid of the prose and just keep the graphic novels, if I like them, of course. And I got rid of, i.e. put in the street library or gave to other people, 50 books plus 10 that I DNF'd, so technically 60 books, so I have made a decent chunk in my goal of clearing out my bookshelves. For some statistics, I read 26,756 pages. Of those, 21,768 were prose books and 4,988 were like visual texts. I read books from 18 countries. That's not including all of the different countries that the cautionary tales stories came from, which would probably be far more. I read the most books from the US, which was 25. That's kind of to be expected considering the monopoly that the US has on English language publications. I read 13 from Australia, which I thought was pretty good. I was surprised at how many books I read from Australia throughout the year. I read 12 from England/the UK, 11 from Japan, 7 from Hong Kong, 4 from Germany, 3 from New Zealand, which was just the 3 Tea Dragon Society books, 2 each from China, South Korea, Canada, and Sweden, and 1 each from Hungary, Malawi, which is a country in Africa, Peru, Taiwan, Iran, Greece, and Cyprus. Now, this adds up to more than 75 because if an author was born somewhere and raised somewhere but then moved somewhere else, I counted both countries. Or if they had like a dual nationality, I counted both countries. So, for instance, Anton Her was born in Sweden but lives in South Korea, works in South Korea, and is influenced by South Korea and does Korean translating, so I included his book under both Sweden and South Korea. As far as ratings, I gave 1 5-star rating, 29 4-star ratings, 35 3-star ratings, 6 2-star ratings, and 3 1-star ratings, and I abstained for The Happiest Man on Earth, like I discussed earlier. This is an average rating of 3.226 repeater per book. And here's my little graph, which is a normal curve. How lovely. This is kind of what I expected it to look like, so I'm not surprised. Although I feel like I expected there to be more 4-star ratings. I must have been pretty harsh with that. My top book, I only gave 1 5-star rating, so by default it's the Tea Dragon Society. So I drew a little picture. This is the Jasmine Dragon, because I like jasmine tea. My runner-up recommendations for anyone who watched this far, and if you did, congratulations and thank you. My runner-up recommendations are Wakenhurst, Sabriel, The Outsiders, The Way of Shadows, A Confusion of Princes, and Goodnight Punpun. I think there was another one while I was going through this that I was like, why did I not recommend that? Let me have a look. So I think the one that I forgot to put on this list was The Watchmaker of Filigree Street, because it's just such a unique and fun idea that I'd recommend it, I'd say. So this is editing Casper. The reason I think I didn't put The Watchmaker of Filigree Street in the original recommendations section is like, because of the potential for the relationship to be manipulated and the whole age gap thing. I didn't feel like entirely happy about recommending it, but over the course of editing this video, I've realized like I can't stop thinking about the book. Like in my day-to-day life, in editing this video, when I'm reading other books, whatever. Sometimes I'm even like, why did I give these books away to someone else? Like, why didn't I keep them? Just like I think they were a really good product. Like the cohesion of the story, the little details which all became important, the exploration of the butterfly effect, the unique and in-depth character motivations, there's anti-racist and feminist messaging, etc., the tension of the story. Like, I'm probably making them sound a lot better than they actually are. They're not masterpieces, but the duology is just like it's right up my alley. The world that is created, the unique power system, that kind of thing, is just so fun to me. And it's so unique that I can't stop thinking about it. So I'm definitely regretting not putting it on my list of books that I recommend. I still don't think it deserves 5 stars, partially because there's some plot contrivances, but also because, like, did it change my life? I think yes, but there's just a few things like the age gap and the manipulation where I'm not entirely sure if Pulley is trying to portray it as romantic or not. If she's like, there's hints of criticism, but there's also a lot of romanticization of it. If she is trying to create a sense of tension and unease, then 5 out of 5. If she is romanticizing it and just felt that she had to make it doubtful for the sake of not for the sake of the self-awareness of the story, then it's 4 out of 5 because it's just slightly uncomfortable. Anyway, so I just wanted to add my editing thoughts back in there that like if you're into like magical realism and that kind of thing, then like go for it. 10 out of 10. Not really, but like the experience was 10 out of 10. From an objective perspective, no. The experience, yes. So sorry for all my blabbing. Would recommend. Thank you. As far as the worst book, I had 3 that I gave a 1-star rating to, which was Heaven to Hell, The Door in the Dragon's Throat, and Shape Changes. In the end, I decided that Shape Changes was the worst because, like, there was just nothing to recommend it. Like, and like the constant like incest rape threats were just so baffling. Like, why would you include that? And my runners up are the other 2 1-star books, which were Hell to Heaven and The Door in the Dragon's Throat. Dishonorable mentions. As far as my rates of reading, I read 6.25 books per month on average. I read 2,229.6 repeater pages per month on average. The busiest month was June. I read 15 books, although a good chunk of those were like graphic novels, so it was easier to get through them faster. And my quietest month was May. I only read 2 books. The shortest break between books is 0 days, so there were 3 days where I finished 2 books in a day, which was the 8th of the 4th, 10th of the 6th, and 19th of the 10th. And the longest break from when I finished one book to finish the next book was 15 days, which was from the 9th of the 7th to the 24th of the 7th. And here is a graph of my monthly reading. This is like a pretty obvious graph. Here I'm in holidays, and then I get to uni, and then I finish Like I have a uni break, and then I have another uni break, and then I do uni, and then I have another uni break. If you look at my YouTube channel as well, my rate of video publication is probably similar, with the outlier of October, because even though I had a lot of exams and things going on then, I did publish a lot of videos because of Boys Planet. And just as a fun fact, out of the 75 books, 63 of them were published in the 21st century, and 12 were published in the 20th century, which was a surprisingly low number, I thought. Anyway, so that is the end of my reading journal. Here it is. If you watched this far, thank you for watching. Thank you for going through my reading journey with me of this year. I hope you found some new books that you might be interested in reading. And if you didn't, I hope you enjoyed the video. Hopefully it was like nice and relaxing, like almost an ASMR video. And I guess if you'd like me to make more content about the books that I've been reading and my reading journal and that kind of thing, let me know. If you have any questions about any of the details of these books and things like that, let me know. And anyway, thanks for watching. I hope you learned something, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye!